where the pylon has come to a point where we literally just can't take any more and everything falls loose. Okay? The goal is always to lessen the pain and the trauma while hopefully also finding some level of peace amid the loss. Even if we may not always understand what's going on or where it's coming from or find understanding in the loss. Here on Beyond the Loss, we talk about grief, and I know it's not a fun or sexy subject, but especially in the challenging times that we're living in, that people are having such an increased level of anxiety with war and strife and division and prices and all different kind of things that are going on. So many people continue to struggle with grief, sadness, depression, frustration, even confusion, because they're not aware that help is available. If you or someone you know is struggling with deep sadness or depression, please know that help is available. The National Suicide Hotline is available 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, simply by calling or texting 988. That's it, just 988, and you will be connected to confidential support for yourself or someone you care about. This is a big part of what I do, is working with people, trying to figure things out. So if something I say resonates with you, please don't hesitate to reach out and let's set up a time to talk and see if grief coaching could be right for you. You can most easily find me on my website. You can see it below, sherrydworkinsmith.com. Just send me a quick note and I'll get back to you as quickly as possible. I always want to remind people that as smart as those AI systems are, they often have trouble spelling my name. So be sure that you check ask1radio.com or A1 Psychic Radio if you're looking for me, because they've got it right. Today, I am really excited to welcome my friend Maureen Blue to our podcast. Maureen is a wonderful medium. She specializes in trance mediumship, which is really cool if you've never heard of that or seen it before. And she used that to heal herself. Are you ready for this? She used that to heal herself. That is amazing. Welcome, Maureen, and thank you so much for being here.
Oh, well, thank you, Sherry. I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon.
Yay. It seems like, and Maureen and I are friends, so I know a bit of your story. It seems like you've already had some pretty major life-shifting events. And I'd love to talk a bit about the passing of your precious husband, because my understanding is that was a while ago, and I'd love for you to talk about your path through grief, how that was at the time, and now that it's been several years, where you are today and how that unfolds in your life and shows up in your life now.
Oh, sure, I'd be glad to. Well, my husband passed away suddenly in January 2017. My world as I knew it shattered. Grief affected every system in my body. It was an unbearable feeling. I walked in a fog, disrupting my sleep, concentration, and disconnected from time and space.
Wow.
Hours would vanish without warning. My sense of self disrupted. What I needed to do initially, luckily I was working, I needed to find a sense of purpose. My identity no longer existed. Working and keeping active really helped initially. The second was I needed to symbolize my husband. I symbolized him by having a park bench erected in the park where he would always visit and a plaque placed on the bench.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that really helped.
What was it about that of the symbolism? I know you said he always visited the park, but what was it about doing that was so helpful to you?
The loss of my husband or a loved one is profound, and there's a longing. That you want to recreate with them. They're no longer here. So initially, I needed to symbolize him in some way. And I symbolized him by erecting that park bench. And that really was the starting point to help me through the grief process.
And what happened next, if that was the starting point?
I needed to continually keep active, which I still do until today, because grief is something you don't move through, get over. It's always with you. It remains with you. It'll be with you for the rest of your life. Everyone is on their own journey. It's going to be different for everyone else. But for me, and anyone, I needed to keep active, however you want to describe it. I did retire. So initially I was working, so that helps, but I did retire. And so transitioning to retirement, I worked as a consultant initially. And then what I did is I found mediumship.
Might not be the thing that for everybody. Not
Can you repeat that, Sherry?
Not necessarily that might not be the thing for everyone. So it is certainly has been a blessing for your life, and I know for mine as well. But a lot of people, that might not necessarily be the path.
That's absolutely correct.
So
that's
tell us more
correct.
about.
And if medium,
tell us more about your path. About your path to mediumship.
You would like to hear about me? Sure. Okay.
Absolutely.
But if I may, if mediumship is not, because mediumship is not for everyone, and that's fine. But you need to keep active in sports, some activity. You need to kind of keep busy, and support groups are profound. That really helps.
Okay. Were you surprised when mediumship came into your life? Were you surprised?
The loss of a loved one is so profound. I was longing for him, and I heard about mediumship, but I didn't know anything about it. So I said, well, let me see if there's something to this. And I read the book, The Light Between Us by Laura Lynn Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And reading that book, it's a short read, it's a quick read, I realized, I said, oh, this is the real deal. There's something to this. Okay, I want to do this. I want to try this. So that's how it started. And I became truly committed to mediumship. And one of the things I said to myself that I want to do, I said, I hadn't read this, but I'm a very spiritual person as well, and I became more spiritual becoming a medium. And I said, I want to bring my husband into physical form to me. I want to do that. I want to see if this can work. And again, being very spiritual, I prayed or set the intention, whichever term is best. It took several months, but he appeared. I did this 3 times. He appeared, and I don't do it any longer because out of respect for him. But I receive a lot of peace with mediumship for myself, and then bring peace to others.
It's so fascinating because often when we lose a loved one, people seek out a medium to receive the reading, and you chose the opposite path. You sought out mediumship to do it for yourself. And I find that so interesting.
I did. I did. I wasn't sure where it was going to lead me, but it did. And I just find great. I practice it every day. And I find great peace in being a medium for others and receiving readings frequently myself.
Do you feel like your husband is helping you with your mediumship on the other side?
Oh, absolutely. All my loved ones are helping me.
Absolutely.
I use all my senses, auditory, smell, everything. And I sense them, my spirit, my loved ones around me all the time.
That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Can we shift a little bit to talk about your near-death experience? I would love if you wouldn't mind to share a little bit more about that.
Sure, I'd be glad to. The near-death experience was absolutely beautiful. It was profound. I was, at this time, diagnosed with cancer, lungs, chest, liver, and spleen. And I was lying in bed. I was really quite ill. At this point, I was dying. And a bright white light surrounded me. I was no longer attached to the outside world. I was detached of all my senses, auditory, visual, taste, touch, smell. I had a profound loss of the sense of time. Time seemed to have stopped. I had a detachment from my physical body and a sense of peacefulness, an increased sense of connection with the universe was present. Death was welcoming at this point. There were no regrets or longing for earthly pleasures. It was a beautiful, serene experience. My body was elevated from the bed I was in, and I was moving forward gently and slowly to our Lord's open arms, welcoming me as I arrived.
Yeah.
Our Lord.
Do you have any awareness of whose arms?
Our Lord.
Okay.
He was there.
Okay.
And it was just so beautiful.
Do you have any idea about how long of a physical time that this experience lasted?
No, I wouldn't be able to say. To me, I lost all sense of time.
Right.
But it seemed like it went for a lengthy period of time. But I really have no way of knowing that it was beautiful. Yeah.
And then you came back.
And then I came back. Yes. And that experience transformed me. It provided, it strengthened me. It gave me courage, resilience to move forward to the next step.
Was this before or after sorry to interrupt you. Was this before or after your husband had passed?
No, my near-death experience was in 1980. This was directly after being diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah.
That I had the near-death experience.
Did you have any awareness of being sent back? Of source, love, light, God saying you have to go back? Or were you just back?
No, yes, let me explain. Yes. So I was informed that it was not my time. It was time for me to go back. So
you woke up. I know Anita Morjani, who has published the book Dying to Be Me, and I believe she has a second book out or coming out, speaks often of her near-death experience, how her body was filled with cancer just everywhere, and they felt that she had, minutes or hours to live, and she had a near-death experience that transported her out of her body into the light. And when she came back, her body started to heal itself. And I wonder if you can speak about that feeling of being back in your body and what happened next.
Well, for me, I was informed that I was dying, and the chemotherapy I was on was no longer working. So the near-death experience occurred directly after finding that information out. After the near-death experience, I was placed on a new protocol of medication, and it was at that point, it was profound because my cancer was so serious. The doctors, when I say they can't even understand why I'm living today. So they have no understanding whatsoever because there wasn't anything out there for me, no medication. So it was really, I became healed directly after that near-death experience. Prayer, I strongly feel intense prayer, not just with the individual who is experiencing a situation, but multiple people praying for them.
So when you're praying
at the same
is it,
time.
please don't let me die. Please heal me.
Yes, and there's actually research out there.
Yeah. I mean,
about
we
that.
pray so often for, other people, and it's okay to pray for us too. Please help. Absolutely. How long did it take for you to return to health after this amazing experience?
Let's see, 1977. I gradually, I was off chemotherapy out of 1982. So I was on chemo for 5 years, but very limited amount.
Right.
And I was really, at this point, I was working and, very active and doing everything that a young woman should be doing at that point. So I would say probably, about 2 years after that experience, I was really back to myself.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, truly incredible. And so then fast forward now, you are married, you have this whole life, and now your husband has passed. How is there a link? Is there a correlation there between the lessons that you learned in your near-death experience and how you handled the loss of your husband, of knowing that he was potentially having the same experience of journeying into the light? Or did that wisdom and sense of peace help you to come through your grief when your husband passed?
There's a psychologist. Her name is Elizabeth Kubler-Ross.
Sure.
And she wrote many books on grief. And I have them, and I had read them initially. And I found they were really quite helpful. Because the stages that you go through with grief, sometimes you think you're losing your mind. And after having read those books prior to even being diagnosed with cancer, I realized as the emotions I was feeling, and you experience them throughout the day frequently, back and forth, and the stages keep changing. I realized I wasn't changing. I wasn't losing my mind. This is part of the process. And so that kept me grounded. And fast forward to the loss of my husband, that just compounded the grief because you just don't get over it. It's a rippling effect. The emotions I was feeling were so profound that I knew I needed help. And I'm a very strong-minded individual, very resourceful and resilient. And I did. I reached out immediately after my husband died for help. And I went to a grief specialist. And I found it extremely helpful.
That's awesome. That's why we do the work we do.
I didn't need sessions for a year, but I did need 6 sessions. Everyone is different, but for me, I needed 6 sessions. And I actually knew, because initially, after a significant loss like that, you're not most people are not able to share their grief with a group, a support group, a lot of people. You can't, it's just so difficult. So sharing it just with one person was extremely helpful. And then I was able to move through the initial phase to move into a support network, a grief support network with a lot of other, for me, women, because I do have men grief network as well. And I found that very helpful. And I still belong to that group network.
No, there is so much benefit that can come from working with a grief professional, and also from being part of a group of people who can understand. It's such a big reason why I do the work that I do, because we have our friends and our family that we can talk to, but we may not be able to talk to them as much as that would be needed for us to really process through our loss. And, we can come to this place where we feel like we're not being heard or supported, because they're like, oh, again, because our society tells us we should be over things much quicker. And we know that that's just not the truth of how, things work when you've had such a profound loss. And having a group and having, a grief specialist, that I explain to people about grief work is having that really knowledgeable friend who can listen over and over and over and help you process through it without feeling like, oh, there she goes again, without having to relive anything, without feeling like you're taking someone's, focus, or you're taking, someone's, you're going around and around again. With a grief professional, that's what you're there for. You're there to go around and around again, and to get those support and the like-minded support and the tools that can help you to go forward. So I'm so grateful that you had the opportunity to be connected with people who could really understand and people who could really support you. So, is there any other last piece of advice that you would want to share with somebody who is experiencing a profound loss?
I truly feel a support network is key. It's a chance to feel fully understood. It's a safe haven to express fears, sadness, and the bond that you make with the individuals, they last a lifetime.
Yeah, for sure. I have recently had the opportunity to work with two moms who had met because their daughters were in chemotherapy together, and they had passed, and the moms were really helping each other through grief and had come to me through mediumship. And they had said the same thing. We have been through this experience that really only we can understand. And so, from chemo and diagnosis and transition into death and helping each other. So being around people who can really understand the experience is so important. Support, and knowing that there is support, knowing that there is resources out there is so important. So you said it so perfectly, Maureen, and I so thank you, because this is really the reason that I started the podcast, is because I want people to know help is available. We do not have to go and muddle through grief all on our own. There are resources available. Now, I will say that while Maureen is a fabulous working medium, she is not yet set up with a website. So if you would like to get in touch with Maureen to learn more about her story, or you would like to work with Maureen as a fabulous trance medium or spirit medium in New Jersey, please feel free to send a message through my website at sherrydworkinsmith.com, so we can pass your information along to Maureen, and we're looking forward to her business expanding in the future. Maureen, thank you so much for being with us today and being so willing to share about your journey. It was so wonderful to have you with us. As for me, you can find me on all the socials, on TikTok and YouTube and LinkedIn and Instagram. And on Mondays, you can find me on my Facebook channel, on my Facebook page at 4:30 Eastern for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and card readings to help us get through the week, along with individual oracle card readings as well. Those videos are posted on my YouTube channel, and you can Google my name and you'll find me in all the places. we're all struggling with something. It's really nice to know we don't have to do it alone. So whatever kind of grief you're carrying, whatever grieving the loss of a person, a pet, a job, relationship, remember that your feelings are valid. Grief is normal. It is definitely not linear. Some days are going to be fine. Some days are going to suck. And if you would like more information about me or the work that I do, please feel free to visit my website. And thank you so much for joining me today to be here and walk with you as we all continue to navigate the complex emotions that come beyond the loss. And we'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's Internet's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And happy New Moon Day. And also happy Chinese Lunar New Year. This is the year of the snake, the wooden snake to be specific. So I am the mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm so happy to be here and so excited for what's to come, because I'll tell you, if you are familiar with new moon energy, if you're familiar with even, the the energy of the year of the snake and shedding all that old skin, this is going to be a beautiful day for readings. And the veil between us and the spiritual realm is so thin right now. I've had some beautiful connections today, so I cannot wait to see what happens with the callers. And then shortly after my podcast tonight, for some of you who may know, I do about a couple hours of free readings, and that is on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. But you can also find all that information on my website at so it's the little dash, mini-medium.com. And all that information is also right down there as I can see it. So please feel free to hop on the website, and that'll have all of my social media stuff. So anyhow, I'm so excited to see what the cards brought today too. So I'm actually a little proactive today. Surprisingly, it's just so not like my Gemini side. But the number that I've been seeing today, by the way, is the number 15. And so for some of you who may know, when I do, my podcast, or literally every day, I have, numbers that come up, signs and symbols and whatever may be. And the number 15 has been very, very strong. So it's going to be very connected to, like, the 15th would be a death date, a birth date, an age of 15, 15 years ago. So just kind of keep that in mind. And I always say the number will always connect and resonate to either one of my callers tonight or even one of my readings later on, as I do these free readings, tonight on my YouTube channel. So, all right, we'll keep that 15 in mind. And then as we are getting ready here to take my first caller, I'm going to read some of these beautiful messages that I pulled. As I said, I was proactive. I want to read to you let's do the Moonology card. So as I, shuffle the cards, I count out the number 15, or the 15th card. And so funny, the new moon in Gemini. So I'm a Gemini, and I love all those Geminis. Shout out to the Geminis. Shout out to those twins. But we are in the new moon in Aquarius, so many of you know, but Aquarius and Gemini are also air signs. So this one is very interesting, and it really fits and resonates with my life right now. So I hope it does for you. So then this Moonology card, they're just beautiful. The message, the new moon, the new moon, the Moonology Oracle message says, this is for everyone, that communication is key. I'll kind of hold that up here. So communication is key. And boy, if that is not a serious truth. I don't know what else is right. So you can see the beautiful card here, and the new moon in Gemini. So, and as many of you know, the new moon is where we're at that cycle of manifesting new things. So if your message is communication is key and you are wanting to manifest new things in your life, well, I suggest that you have some good communication, not just with, your family, your friends, but also have that beautiful communication with yourself, with your spirit guides, with the universe, or whoever you feel that your maker, your higher power is. And, I'll tell you, communication literally is key. And so I hope that resonates with many of you. I know it sure does for me. So now the other message I wanted to pull was an affirmation. And the affirmation, this is so beautiful. I'll show you, even these cards are just beautiful to have the beautiful butterfly here. And some of you may love the butterflies, as I do. Beautiful green butterfly. And green is the color of the heart chakra, by the way. And this card fits beautiful with opening up that heart chakra. So the affirmation says, I make a positive difference in the world, even with my smile and my words. Well, I hope that comes across to all of you when you hop on my show, and or any of the amazing and gifted readers that are with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. We really do this to make a positive difference, to spread, that good positive energy, because it is a ripple effect, my friends. When you put it out there, it is a ripple effect. So keep it positive with love and light and good energy. And I'll tell you, just a simple smile and a simple hello makes a huge difference, right? It's so funny. I will literally be in like a grocery store or just out and about, or even driving, and say hi or wave to someone, say hello. And do you ever notice that if you ever do that, they kind of awkwardly look at you like, do I know her? And I just kind of get a kick out of it, because here in Utah, as I'm out and about, my husband laughs and others say, well, you're Utah famous now. And I laugh and say, sure, but people will recognize me from, A1R, or they'll recognize me, from events or from YouTube, whatever it may be. And, but even then I don't get a hello or a wave back. So I just recommend, if anyone smiles or waves at you, just at least smile back, it won't hurt. So anyhow, I hope that these little messages can really connect with you and make some difference in your lives. So I'm hoping I can make a difference in this wonderful person's life. So I have Terry, I believe Terry from Pennsylvania. Hi, Terry. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just visited Pennsylvania just in July of last year, and then around the November time last year. I loved it. We were in Gettysburg. It's beautiful, beautiful area.
Oh, I have family down there.
Oh, do you?
I'm a bit further north. Yeah.
Are you? Oh, I love it. My husband's a huge Philadelphia Eagle fan. And so I took him to a game at the stadium in Philly, and oh my gosh, he was in heaven. He was in heaven. So I think Pennsylvania, just Gettysburg, the energy there, and being a medium, just connecting with all of the, the energy, but just the history. It was incredible. So anyway, one of my favorite places to visit. But this is all about you, my friend. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, okay. I don't know. Do I ask you questions? Is that how you work, or do? We have about, we usually have about 12-ish minutes. I know they're short and sweet. So I always say, some people call in and they say, well, a general reading. Some people ask for a specific topic, whether it's, health or work or kids. Some people ask to see if we can't channel a loved one who has crossed over. So whatever you're feeling, I'm happy to help you with.
Okay. Well, I'm coming up onto my second Saturn return at this point, and
Okay.
so I am. As far as work and like I'm right now, I'm empty nesting. I've had a huge transition over the last 2 years, and I'm not sure where I'm. Like I know where I'm at, and like I'm okay here, but like I'm not sure if things are going to be changing for me, whether it's career wise, or if I'll meet somebody and have a relationship, or have some make some friends that are, because I
Yeah.
just moved down here. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I love it. Okay. And I love that you have recognized or that you're mindful in the shift, that you are experiencing within your journey. And I feel you're embracing it as best as you can, by the way. I do feel that you're taking it all in and trying to, do the best with it, but also to learn from it. So I commend you for that. You may not feel that you are, but I feel you are. So maybe
Oh
that
no,
helps,
I'm doing
Jenny.
my best.
Yeah, you are. I love it. I love it. And you really have a beautiful energy and just a positive outlook. And I can feel that coming from you. And I cannot express how important that is. I always say, life is obviously what we make of it, but it's really about also how we react and respond, to change, or to even, those not so great, events that happen in our life. But all that energy we put out in the universe comes right back. So I say, it's that karmic lesson, and some are harder than others and some are beautiful. So, but with that said, I pulled a couple cards for you. I want to ask you really quick. You may have heard me mention that the number 15 had come up pretty strong today. Do you resonate with that number as a death date, a birth date, an age?
My one of my children, that's his birth date.
Okay, wonderful. This is what I love to hear. Okay, so this is just some validation of our guides working together, and even to possibly bring up one of your children. So, or maybe just collectively. I know you said you're getting ready to be an empty nester. So I know that, that sure is a whole new world. It's a whole new transition.
Yeah, it sure is.
I'll tell you, it's so is this a son that was born on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. So and do you have 3 children? I keep feeling like there's 3 children around you.
I do.
Okay, beautiful. We're vibing well, my friend. Good psychic flow. So I'll tell you, I pulled a couple cards, and this one that I love for you, I'll show on the screen here in case anyone wants to, if they're watching, this Ace of Cups card. And this Ace of Cups card that is right side up, the cup when it's right side up, it really connects with the fact of you filling up that cup. It means that cup's been empty and it's time to fill that cup up. And in this card, it sits right at the beautiful heart chakra, which we were just talking about a minute ago, or I was bringing up with the affirmation. The other thing that I love about this card for you is the ace. And the ace is a new beginning. So when you look at like a standard deck of cards, it goes ace, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. And so being that this card is here, and then I pulled another for you, and it's this Hanged Man card. Now, the Hanged Man card did come out upside down or reversed. And so that's really connecting with your shadow work. Are you familiar with shadow work or heard of shadow work?
Oh yes, I've been working on my shadow work actually.
Beautiful. Oh, I love it. That's so great. Well, your cards are just validating your work, my friend. And sometimes just sometimes just getting that validation is more important than anything, because sometimes we just want to know, are we on the right track? Am I making the right decisions? And the Hanged Man is all about connecting to your highest divine, connecting with your purpose. Where you feel your soul, is needing to be per se. And, I feel for you, even, you moving to a new place a few years ago, that's the new beginning. And it's slowly filling up your cup. So I feel some of the things that I would just be mindful of for this year, especially that we're in this year of the 9. And the year of the 9 in numerology, that 9 means it's wrapping up old stuff. It's, mending old ties. It's getting ready for the year of the 1, which is next year, which is the Ace, which is your beautiful year, my friend. So take this year as a year of taking everything of unfinished business, wrapping all that up, making sure all these ties are mended, because I feel like that's going to lead you into about the end of this year, into the beginning of next year, where you're going to see new beginnings. And I'll tell you, you've got a beautiful new love connection that I do see about the end of the year. And you definitely want to be vibrating at that higher frequency when you meet your person. Otherwise, you're going to meet the person that is not the right one. So, I think this year, without a doubt, for you, hun, is a year of just keep getting rid of the old. This is what this year is about, the year of the snake, shedding the old and beginning this beautiful new journey. So, and what a beautiful day to do this, but on a new moon. We're in this new moon right now. So I want to bring up your son really quick, just because that 15 came up so strong. There is a sense of disconnect with him right now with you, and the disconnect can be geographical. So is he in a different state?
No, he's in the same state, but he's going through it right now. He's going through some things, and I'm just giving him space to go through it.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping you would say. And I just don't want you to feel frustrated. I know from a mom to a mom, we want to, be involved and try to be there to help them. But sometimes the best thing we can do is to just step back, and that's what I feel is best. And you're doing that. So, I would say, all in all, my friend, this year is going to be a year of growth, but also a year of some hard changes and choices of letting some people go from your life, cutting some people out. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't love them, that you don't want them in your life. It just means that you're not going to allow for their energy to affect yours any longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually had a chat with myself about this over the holidays, and it was a tough holiday season for me. And then I said to myself, nobody's responsible for me but me, and for me to let myself be upset, that's just silly. So I made up my mind that from now on it's about me. I'm a grown up. My kids are grown up. And, they're not required to take care of me. And,
That's right.
So it's just a matter of, like I said, my youngest one moved out last January. And since then, it's then coming to terms with, okay, I'm by myself for like the first time in, 40 years. And, it's just been adjusting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And like I said in the very beginning, just kind of validating the fact that you are adjusting, I feel just beautifully, my friend. And so, I hope that this helped you and hopefully, gave you some, advice or some guidance. And sometimes just validation that you're doing great and you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. Can I just ask you, like, with my work life, is there am I staying where I'm at, or am I going to change positions, or am I going to would it be my best interest to look elsewhere?
I feel for at least this year, I would not make any big changes just because you have so much going on already that I feel the new year, next year, the year of that one, right, is the year of where I feel the new beginning of work will come in. And even, about second quarter. So what's that? April, May, June. So I would say stay put for a little bit until you are feeling a little bit more, balanced this year. And then I would say definitely next year start looking into something different. Only because I feel where you're at right now is just draining you. If not anything, it's boring you. If that probably sounds awful to say, but if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not boring. It's just that, it's not challenging either. So
Challenging. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, I gotta grab my next caller, but please feel free if you're up tonight on my YouTube channel. I will be on doing a couple of hours of free readings. Feel free to hop on and let me know who you are, and we might be able to continue this.
all right, terrific. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. You're so welcome. Take care and sending you much love and light this year.
All right, thank you. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Okay, perfect. We've got time for another caller. And this is Dominique from Texas. Hi, Dominique. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm okay today.
Yes. How can I help you tonight, hon?
I guess a general reading on making sure I'm stepping in the right path at the right time.
Okay, sure. You got it.
I'm having to make some changes in my life, and I don't know. I'm a very kind of emotional person, so I tend to react to things.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely, hon. Let me see. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you as well to see what maybe cards will give us a bit of some validation. Are you a water sign or an air sign?
Water.
Water. Yep. I figured that's the first one I saw. All right. Couple things. So, in a general sense, but I'll try to, you've got a lot coming in. So, let me ask you really quick again. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I pick up numbers. Numbers come through to validate certain things that will connect me with my callers, or, later tonight when I do my free readings on my YouTube channel, these numbers will be very specifically connected to somebody. But the 15 has been coming up pretty strong, which would be like the 15th of a month as a death date, a birth date, the age of 15, 2015. Does this name or number resonate with you in any way at the moment?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. How do you connect with that number, hon?
My stepdaughter was born in 2015, and 2015 was a really rough year for me.
Okay. So this is where I want to kind of talk about, we got about 5 minutes, I know, but I'm going to tell you, I would love for you, if you're up tonight, hon, here in about an hour and a half, I'm going to be on my YouTube channel giving some free readings. I would love to do and teaching you some lessons, which I know sounds really kind of weird, but I love it because you can see it on the screen too if you're watching on YouTube. Or you can go to my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. Let me know who you are if you're able to. You got a whole lot coming in, my friend, including some souls that are on the other side. Boy, trying to step in. So, but all in all, I want you to just take a deep breath this year and just try to take care of unfinished business, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, hon. Well, I hope that helped you. I know it was very quick, very brief, but if you can hop on tonight, I'd love to see you. But have a beautiful night, and I hope to talk to you soon.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, hon. Bye-bye. All right, guys. See how fast that was? That's a wrap. It's a wrap. All right. Well, I cannot wait till next week and see what happens. But please, I hope to see you guys tonight on my YouTube channel. Like again, Mini Medium 75, or go to my website, medium.com. And I will see you guys next week for sure. Okay. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm your host, Shelley Shonwall, and I'm really happy to be here tonight. As always, it's always wonderful to come online and be able to do a reading for someone. And before I was coming online here, I was sitting with Spirit. Of course, that's what I do before I come online or do a reading. You have your quiet time with Spirit. And they were talking to me a little bit about, how we get ourselves into toxic situations. And it's an interesting thing because sometimes we can be born into a toxic situation. We can get a job, which ends up being a toxic situation. We can have relationships, hobbies, the baseball team that suddenly goes ultra competitive and that's just not our scene. All these things can actually occur in our lives and on every facet, from family life right to our personal and extracurricular life. And what we can have happen as well over time, that these relationships and these situations can evolve and change. So what may have been at one point in time a really healthy, wonderful thing can suddenly, turn and begin to oh, this isn't really so good anymore. I'm not feeling good about this. My stomach aches when I have to go. My anxiety is coming up. My blood pressure is changing. These are really good signs that there's something wrong in a situation that you're involved in. And it's important to know that if you leave a toxic situation, it's not quitting. You're choosing yourself. And that's the most important thing that we could do for ourselves, is just say, hey, you know what? This is not for me anymore. I'm not liking this. I'm going to find a new job. I'm going to leave a relationship. I'm just not going to do these things anymore, and choose ourselves. Now, if you're one of these people who have gotten yourselves into these, these situations, and we all do, there's no blame in this. Everyone has an experience where the situation becomes toxic and it's not good for us. So first things first, do not blame yourself for this. It's just part of life. And Spirit wants to remind you that this is also a key point for growth. As you realize the situation is not good, now getting yourself out of it. That's where the growth happens, because you've realized where you're at is not happy. It's not good physically, it's not good mentally, and it's just becoming, well, let's say, a real drag. It's okay to get yourself out of that and learn and grow from that situation as well. And we can also mourn when that situation was great, right? We mourn that as well in the change and the evolution of that. So as you're thinking through these things like, oh, the situation is not good, remember that this is part of the growth. And that's where the learning comes from. Now we're going to take a caller. We've got Maggie in Toms River.
Hi.
Maggie, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, I'm well. Okay. So what brings you to the show tonight, Maggie?
If there's a message from my father, and if is there like general reading?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I couldn't quite catch that.
Is there a message from my father? From
your father? Oh,
yeah.
Your dad. Okay, let's bring your dad in. Okay. Okay, so Maggie, this grief is really fresh for you.
Yeah.
He hasn't been gone that long, has he?
No.
Okay, so there's a gentleman coming in here now, and we'll just verify this is your dad or not. The energy that I'm getting from him is there's just a softness and kindness with him.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Does that
Yes.
kind of okay? Because I feel this person, I just heard helpful. He was a really helpful person. Now try and get what he was helpful with. He's giving me a memory of helping you learn how to ride your bike.
Okay.
There's a memory of helping someone ride a bike. Is that you, or is that someone else in the family?
No, my sister. Probably my sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But here's what he's just said to me. You two, your sister and you are very different, but you two had a very special relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. He's saying you were the apple of his eye.
Mm-hmm.
He loved you so, so much. Now, he's talking about helping you through some adversity when you were young. That makes sense to you?
What does that mean?
Sorry?
What does that mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because he's saying that, you had a fair amount of struggles.
Yeah.
And he's talking specifically when you're young, and he's saying how much it broke his heart to see you have, suffer.
Yeah.
He's talking to me. He's telling me that you felt alone a lot,
Yeah.
isolated. Like there's an isolation with you, and it feels like around other children. And he's saying that carried on for a long time in your life. And he's also saying that when you lost him, you really felt that loneliness creep in because he was no longer physically here for you.
Yeah.
Now he's saying chin up. He wants you to know that he says chin up. I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
How am I feeling?
Yeah, you he's saying look for the signs. There's something special. I feel like there's something with coins or something with him. Do you find coins and go, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Okay, that's him. He's there. He's trying to get that to you. Now, it's interesting because it feels like you two did have a bit of discussion about what happens when we go. There was on the table for discussion. And he's
Yeah. Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And he's saying that he wasn't sure, but he was hoping that he'd go somewhere good.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, I sure did.
Okay. Can you ask him about the house and my sister and I mean, oh, never mind.
You want to know about your sister's health?
No. What I want to know is about if he if he left me anything.
Has he left you anything?
Yeah.
Okay, because it feels like there's something. It's something physical. That's what I'm seeing. It's like a watch. Would that make sense to you? It's something like a watch. There's something that was special to him that he's left for you.
Yeah.
It's saying that he's saying to me that he didn't have much, but he had special things, right? Like he wasn't a man of great wealth, but he says there were certain things in my life that were special. And he says, I'll give you one of these things that were special because it'll help ease your pain.
Yeah.
And you'll feel close to him. But it does feel like there's some things that will be divided for you and you will be able to have so many things. It feels like he was sick for a while. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's saying to me that he had some time to think this through. Where he was going, what was going to happen with this. But what he's also saying was some things were left a bit undone. He's sorry for that.
Okay.
Some things he didn't get to. So there may crop up. There might be some things. He's talking a little bit between you and your relationship with your sisters. It could be a bit rocky from time to time. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he just said to me, sisterly love. And he's shaking his head. He wants to remind you that you two have to hold each other up.
And so
yeah. He says he wants you two to come together on this one, because it feels like even around the passing there was a bit of disagreement. It wasn't quite good between the two of you. He says he really wants you to, he's saying, bury the hatchet, because it doesn't feel like it's anything consequential, right? It's just sisterly bickering is what he's calling it. And he wants...
Yeah. Did you have a message from my mom?
No, he's just here right now. He's talking to you. I'll wrap this up really quick for you.
Okay.
He just wants to give everyone love and thank you all for the support, and your mom as well.
Okay. Thank you.
She's grieving. She's grieving too. And he says,
Yeah. Okay.
give them all a hug and spend some time with them. But he's saying too is Maggie to remember the good, reminisce. You know, these memories are going to be hard, he says, for a while, but know that it's going to get easier in time. But hold on to those, because you two had a lovely relationship. And he says, remember the good times that we had together.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, he knows you love him. And he misses your hugs, he says. I miss your hugs.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, no, he's there. Watch for those coins. Watch for those signs. So I'll leave him with you, dear, with lots and lots of love.
You.
Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Well, it's always lovely to be able to bring through a family member who's passed and give that reassurance and support that they really are there. It's hard losing a loved one. It really is tough, and it often will get a little harder before it gets easier. But our friends and our loved ones in spirit are always there with us. We just have to put the thought out, and they'll be there to help us out. So take care of yourself tonight. And your loved ones around you that you love, give them a good hug. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another show. This is Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host, Jennifer. I've been a tarot reader for over 10 years now, and I have over a dozen different certifications and healing modalities and energetic modalities, from astrology, numerology, Reiki energy. I do a little bit of everything. But regardless of all of that, I always come back to say I am just simply a conduit of spirit, and I bring messages for those who find me. And I always start out with a message for the collective. And this will be over the following 5 to 7 days. And this is kind of what you just expect, what energies to be surrounding you. And I'm really liking this so far. I know this week has felt like a lot of really fast pace for quite a significant amount of people. But it seems as we're diving into the next week, we are coming back together where we're actually going back to more traditional viewpoints. And what that could mean by this, it could be just going back to solve a problem with a way you know that works. Or if you're going out and you're needing to buy a new car, it's going to a brand that you're more familiar with. It could be so many different things, but there is a familiarity there that you're stepping into. And it could also be just spending time with your loved ones, or someone you hadn't seen for a while, and you're just really wanting to have fun and have kind of that emotional connection again, because it seems like it has been very up in the mind lately, right? So this is about slowing down just a little bit to allow more fun to come in. And there is a big rebalancing happening over the next week. So if you felt off kilter, or you've just felt like so much is going on, there's a lot of complexity to all these situations, you've been doing your research. It's time to let go, time to release the stress. Because if you do not take the actions to kind of release that stress, you will be bringing in some stress-related health concerns and possibly some obstacles with your finances. But that's just a little cautionary tale. Overall, it seems like it's going to be a wonderful week. And I hope the best for everyone in that collective. So we are going to jump to our caller today, and we have Monica. Hello, Monica. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing really good. What can I do for you tonight?
Just a basic reading or contact a loved one.
Okay, yeah, let's see. So you don't have any specific questions or not?
Just like my career and moving, if I'm going to get this house and have the money to get it.
Okay. Okay, let's tackle this a bit, because immediately I don't usually read reversals in a more traditional way, but I'm getting this today. I'm going to be reading reversals for you. At this moment, things are being blocked for a reason. You're not seeing that movement, particularly around your living situation, for a very good reason. Things are not in your favor right now, and that is because anything that you would try to sign or any deal, it wouldn't be within your best interest. So some of the obstacles you have been facing the last couple of weeks, months, is so you are stepping forward to something that'd be more structured for you. I'm especially hearing something about foundation. So if you are looking about a particular house, just or of renting, whatever you may be doing, double check the foundation. Is that in an area with flooding, or does it have like a historic something in that neighborhood where the foundation could be either cracking or have like hidden moisture and mold? So that is an unusual kind of warning coming up, but I'm just, as I say, spirit is coming through.
Okay.
I know, besides career, before we step into that, I am feeling a lot within that heart space, particularly a lot of sadness. Are you struggling, or have you struggled with a loss lately, particularly someone younger than you?
My brother, and then my dad just recently too. My brother was 4 years ago, and I've been really sad about that.
Yeah, and I can still see that. So I'm seeing 4 figures overall, and I'm also seeing like a 5th figure, but we're going to step back. So I'm seeing one person, particularly a younger person within that unit, kind of being a little bit different from the rest of the family, but still very well loved, but kind of just did their own things. Does that resonate?
Yeah, my brother that passed.
Okay, so now that I'm clocking in on this energy, we can kind of see if he has any messages for you, if that's the direction you would like to go.
Yes.
Okay. Overall, it seems like he is trying to bring you some type of advice, telling you to focus and to make sure you start communicating in a way that conveys leadership. Are you looking in for a career like advancement type of promotion or something like that?
Well, I just got a job as an assistant manager at Dollar Tree, so I just started this week. So
Okay, yeah. So as you're stepping into that, it is important because there is a lot more opportunities that could be opening up to this, like really expanding your skill set as well and really learning how to be a leader. There is a warning of some competition or some petty arguments that you may have to settle. But if you're stepping in as in a calm leader, you are focused on solving the issue rather than pacifying people or things like that, you're going to succeed.
yeah,
And so he's
good.
saying that like, okay, your career opportunities are opening up, like assistant manager now, but there seems like there is more around. Not, it doesn't even have to be
hmm
particularly with the same company, but just getting that experience opens a lot more doors to improve your finances.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm seeing a car, um a Mustang, not necessarily a Mustang, but um I can't quite take if he drove a type of Mustang or a coupe of that sort, or if you drive one. Do
I
you
don't
know
drive
anyone
one.
that okay, you did not. Did he ever have a Mustang? Particularly any that was black with
No,
white stripes or details?
no.
Okay. So I'm going to put that message to the side so we can kind of see if that will come back up because there is a message about transportation coming forward and possibly some issues that you may end up being involved with. That's just a cautionary tale. Of course, we should always be vigilant as we are driving, but perhaps watch out if you see a black Mustang with white details. That's just a,
Okay.
just a comment there. But since you
Okay.
aren't aware of that right now, we'll come back to that if I get any more information. So
Okay.
coming back to your brother, again, he's coming in with career advice, um, making sure that you are able to speak your mind with confidence and like it's okay to learn how to balance kind of like more the mental and emotional type relationships and considerations. So it's more
hmm
like, have you ever had issues like balancing the mental versus emotional type things?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What he's coming in to really say is that like you're allowed to be more soft. I see you with your guard up in a way. You have had to
hmm
defend yourself in so many situations, defending your beliefs, your decisions. You had to stand your ground and really figure out what battles to choose. And it seems like through all of
Right.
these lessons, you have hardened a bit. And so it's okay to step into those emotions, trust your intuition, and also, if you also have like other grieving family members, you can talk about that because it
Okay.
will open up a whole new world. It will open and deepen current relationships because there is a lot of discouragement, it seems to be within your environment, challenging
hmm
situations, and it will be affecting how you learn and how you move into your career.
Okay.
But that's to slow you down to help deal with some of the grief.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm trying to see if I can get any other information from your brother and stop procrastinating. Again, it's coming more to career. He's saying stop procrastinating. Is there anything that you feel like you're procrastinating on?
I just getting into something that I really want to be in because I always want to be in leadership. So, I mean, it's something I'm stepping into now from, because I usually work from home. But I took it, a step to come out of my home instead of being home all the time and came up here and I got the job right away. And they called me for the interview and hired me right away. And I just, like being home, I work from home. I work from home too. So that's just something I'd like to be at. But I think being at home all the time is just not good for me because all the time I'd be thinking about my brother or my dad or, I just want to be out and then talk with people. So and I'm thinking about a store manager at a different store. So I don't know yet.
I mean, again, it's opportunities are there, but you got to take them. And it seems like, hey, you are taking those steps. So he's coming in to say it's okay to do something new. You're not leaving memories. And this may sound harsh, but I'm just going to trust spirit when this is coming forward. Moving on and having a desire of moving on does not mean you're leaving that person behind. They are already gone from the physical world, but you're always going to take that love and those memories with you wherever you go. So it is okay to get out of not only your comfort zone, but to move to a new location, physically, mentally, and emotionally. That memory and that connection's never going anywhere because it is eternal, especially when we have strong relationships with partners, family members, whoever it may be. So it is a very important message of saying he understands it's okay to be sad. It's also okay to move on as quickly as you want to, or you can take time because the grief is a healing process. But it's just stop procrastinating, especially if has to do with some cleaning as well. If you've been avoiding trying to clean out a closet or something. And it's okay to release. You don't have to hold on to things that he thought was junk too, just because it came a memory. I mean, if you do need that as part of your healing process, do what you need to do. But it's like he's giving permission. It's like, hey, it's okay to be sad, but it's also okay to continue to live your life. And there is love there. There is also truth in knowing that you are being supported to have abundance and that nourishment of the soul as well. So allowing yourself to break down those walls, to talk about your grief and things, the happy things in your life, the sad things within your family unit, to deepen those connections and to be a leader. You can be a leader in emotions in your family unit just as you can be within your career. So allow those to merge and let that mend your perspective and your heart.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. As you can see, I've moved to a small English village in the countryside. We're doing home renovation, so this is a wallpaper that is about to go up. Hi, welcome to Moonstruck. Where am I? Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. We're the biggest mystical, enlightened network in the world. I'm Perry Lyons. You're you, and welcome, my cherished ducklings. Quickly, before we jump into the first caller, because I'm sitting here like a lovesick teenager staring at my phone, I'm going to pick 3 cards. We're going to do psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And so the first card is the first part of the week. Second card is the weekend. Third card is, you get it. Okay, ready? And it's going to happen to all of us, no matter what. Oh, this is a great card. Okay, I hope you can see this. There we go. This is the Ace of Wands, and that's a wand. There you go. It's usually a pretty good thing when a hand is coming out of the clouds holding a big old magic wand. What this means, all aces in tarot, mean the beginning of a new cycle for you. And the Ace of Wands means that you're getting a huge blast of energy, which is interesting because we've got 2 eclipses going on. We just had a lunar one. We're getting a solar one in the next couple of days. We're also in Mercury retrograde, which means do not get on a train or a plane. Do not buy any computer equipment. In fact, try not to buy anything expensive because you're just going to wind up taking it back because it's Mercury retrograde. I'll explain that in my next show when it will still be going. Okay, the second card. Oh, I love this card. Sorry about that. We have the Ten of Pentacles, which is a great card. It looks like a menorah. I like that. And the Ten of Pentacles usually means that you're spending a lot of time with the people you love. It's sort of an extended family card. So if this weekend you can hang out, spend time with the people you love, or go to your in-laws' house, but we'll try not to, frankly. It also means that your friends are becoming your family. You're becoming really good at intimacy. Don't let anybody catch you. Oh my gosh, holy mackerel. The next card is the Ace of Swords. I love this deck. Now, the Ace of Wands before, okay, I'll be right there. This is the beginning of a new cycle of innovation and thinking. Okay, I'm taking the next caller. Woo! All right, Suzette, oh, what a great name. Barrie, Ontario. All of my friends in New York are from Toronto. Hi, love. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What a great name. Okay, quickly, I like to connect to people through the birthdays. When's your birthday?
December 21st.
Oh, wow. Little cuspy baby there. But, oh, that's great. Oh, I'm so sorry, though, because you're so near to Christmas. You must feel gypped. But you are the first week of Capricorn, which is kind of the best thing you can be. First week of Capricorn, you guys are really together, but you're also underneath. You're bonkers in the best possible way. You're original. I don't know how to describe it. It's my favorite. I always fall in love with people in the first week of. I think you're safe, though. I'm seeing somebody. Okay, how can I help you?
Oh, I was just wondering if you actually could just see a career coming, like a new job coming up for me.
Ooh, that's interesting. Did you recently take some new training of some kind? Or have you been...
I'm doing Pilates right now.
Oh, great. Okay. I think I meant, that's wonderful. Good for you. What is exercise like? I've heard about it, but anyway, have you taken any classes in the past for the job you want? Because it feels like you're good at a bunch of things. You're very good at administrative stuff. You're very good at working with people. Very good. You manage to manage them without them noticing they're being managed. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just been studying Pilates right now. And then,
oh, you're going to teach one. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I am so thrilled. That's perfect for you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just got very excited.
That's okay.
It's the year of the fire horse, too. And this is a year when people are really interested in living inside their bodies, reclaiming their energy. And even though they don't know it, they're interested in reattaching to chi, the universal energy that makes all of us walk around like that. Okay. I think that's great for you. The other thing is, one thing about you is you have a really good sense of like the energy in people, like where they're lacking energy. If you know anything about chakras, you've got a natural talent for like healing and telling where people's chakras are weaker, stronger. You also have a gift if you ever wanted to take feng shui, which is the art of decorating with the energy of the home and the energy of the people in a way that makes everything better. It really works. But so anything, Pilates and anything that kind of has the mind and the body work and the spirit all working together, you're natural at. Also, people absolutely love you. They just do.
Oh.
Don't even try and deny it. You're just one of those people who, like, after you leave the room, people are like, oh, I like her. You know how you do that? Like you meet somebody and they walk out and you're like, oh, she's cool. Because you're unpretentious.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you listen to people, which I'm actually not doing enough of with you, but people don't listen to other people, and you do. What would be your ideal thing? Good.
I was looking at Pilates with Reiki infused.
That's what I was about to
think of
say.
something more.
Nice. I'm thrilled. Yeah. That's what I was saying about the feng shui. Yeah. Feng shui, Reiki. Yes, yes, yes. You're brilliant. You'll be brilliant at that. Yes. You could even next year throw in. Okay. Yeah. So I'm so excited for you. What do you know what Chinese year you were born?
The ox.
Oh, perfect. Again.
73? Yeah.
23. Great, because the ox is like Capricorn. Ambitious, but ambitious for truth and success in a way that's aligned with your higher self. Because you're the first week of Capricorn, you guys are awesome. Towards the end of Capricorn, you get like, I'm boss, and you're not kind of Capricorn, but you're the good kind. And I can really tell from you that you are very much aligned with, you're very good at figuring out energy. I don't think you know how good you are. You will find out during Reiki, though, because I am so thrilled for you. Is there anything else I can help you with as long as we're here? I like you.
No. You can tell me anything. I would love to listen. I don't know anything really about horoscopes and stuff like that, or like my astrological sign. Both my kids are Capricorn as well.
Wow. And they're,
this is December
nice.
29th. And
yeah. That's my wedding anniversary.
And January 3rd. Oh, really?
Yeah. And they're all the best thing of Capricorn. December 29th, great day. They're really good kids. Is it a boy and a girl?
Yeah.
The boy's a little more sensitive. The girl's a little more, maybe I have this switch, but it feels like the most dangerous place in the world to be is between your girl and something she really wants. I don't mean that she's mean. She just, when she goes into focus, she gets stuff done. Is that correct?
You read both my kids correctly. Yes, my son is more sensitive, and my daughter is very, she doesn't take no for an answer.
Are they like 11 and 13? Or have I got the ages? They might be 7 and 9. Help me out here.
No, so you have the girl's 8, and my son is 15.
Oh, okay. I thought he was the younger one for some reason. He's very attractive. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm not hitting on him, just so you know. And you're you did really good. And you're not a narcissist, like all the moms in New York are. So you reflect your kids back to each other accurately. And the fact that you're all in the same sort of week of Capricorn, first 10 days of Capricorn, is great, because it feels like you all agreed before you came into this life that, we're all going to have problems in life, but your home and your origin, your family are not going to be one of them for any of you. I mean, we all face challenges, but you have a really nice way of being with the kids. They're good kids. They're going to continue to be good kids. They're not going to be jerks when they're teenagers. I should probably sign something and get it notarized saying that. But yes, no, neither of them are going to be jerks. I think you get a little worried because there's a little alcoholism on one side of the family. Neither of the kids have that gene. One of them might be either a little dyslexic. What? One of them might be a little dyslexic or ADHD or something like that, something that seems like a minor disability. But in their case, it's actually, for some reason, it's really good. It works for them. That might be the boy. Oh, your kids are great. And they have nice names, too. You did very elegant names. Do you mind me asking what their names are?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Noah, and her name is Arabella, which means answered prayer.
What is it? What is her name?
Arabella.
Oh, I love that name. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Noah's a great. What? I was going
I
to say
struggled to have her, so that's why I named her Arabella.
Well, I think she'd been. This is not her first incarnation, if you see what I'm saying. She's a really old soul, and I think when she was coming through, she's like, I don't know about this. I've done this before. Do I have to do this again? And the universe is like, yeah, you're getting really, really good, Mom. She's like, okay, but you and her dad met in a very cute way too, I think. But we don't have to get into that now. We've got 60 seconds. Listen. You've been a pleasure. I'm so glad you called. And I hope that helped. You're going to be fine. My name is Perry Lyons, Perilyons. You're welcome to just get in touch with me on Facebook. If you want to book a reading, I'm doing a huge sale for TV clients. But just tell me how you are. I don't charge for that. Yeah, I'm on Facebook. So get in touch. And either way, I'll give you a free 10 minutes. I really like your energy. And you've been through so much more than anybody could tell just by hanging out with you. You're like a swan. You're all elegant and graceful and flowy on the front. And on the underside, nobody can see the little legs going like, what? But you've done really well. I'm really proud of you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank
and the color was great on you. Okay, Megan. We got to Zoom, but love talking to you. And you guys, I get the best people calling in here. I just love you guys. Come back next week. I'm Perry Lyons, 9 p.m. Oh, I want to say hi to my little friend Rio. She's awesome. And she introduced me to K-pop Demon Hunters. What could be better? Thank you guys. Love you tons. See you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Tuesday, everyone. I hope everyone's doing really well today. I'm here. I'm Robin, and I'm here to help you with any readings or anything that you might need. I'm your medium and your psychic and your animal communicator. So if you'd like a reading today, I am here. I hope everyone is doing super well and having a great afternoon. While I'm waiting for someone to pop on for a reading, I thought it might be something important or of interest to you. I think it's really important, especially these days, to shield our energy. sometimes we forget to shield our energy. But I think it's important. And I don't mean necessarily to sage yourself every day or to clear your energy every day, but I think it's important to visualize your clean air around you, or to make sure you're grounded and connect. I do have Paula here. So if you have any questions about that, just let me know and I'm happy to help guide you. But in the meantime, I'm going to say hi to Paula in South Dakota. How are you, Paula?
Hi, just fine. And you?
I am good too. What can I do for you today?
I was just trying to see if you see my daughter getting better. Is she still up to her games with me?
I'm sorry?
I was just trying to see if you see my daughter getting better. She plays a lot of games with me and lies to me, and see if is going to be better with us.
Okay. And how old is your daughter?
28.
Okay. I'm assuming she does not live with you?
No.
Okay. So let me see.
Adopted her kid.
Okay, you adopted her? A long time ago, I would guess. Okay. Let me see what I'm picking up on. Just think about your daughter for a moment. And what is her name?
Nicole.
Nicole. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to connect to her energy, and I'm shuffling the tarot cards as well. So your daughter.
Yes.
She has a lot of nightmares. Do you know?
She said she does.
Okay. So I feel like, along with the nightmares, I do feel like she's trying to find balance. I don't know whether she is seeing a therapist or whatnot, but
no.
Okay. I don't know why I'm getting this, but I feel like she is afraid and always has been afraid. It doesn't matter how much you tell her that you're not walking away. I just keep getting this feeling that she feels like you and everyone she loves is going to leave her. Does that make any sense?
Yes, totally. She does tell me that.
Okay. And I feel like she has nightmares about it. So I do feel like you're going to see a change in her and she's going to allow you to come in a little closer. Like, I don't know why. I just keep seeing like every couple of visits or every couple of talks, or she's going to step in a little closer and allow you to get a little closer to her. But as you already know, I'm sure it's going to be a continued process and it's going to be a lot of work. But it's worth it, right? Because she's your daughter.
Right.
I'm not sure what happened to her before you adopted her, but I'm getting the feeling it wasn't good. I don't know if her family passed away or like, I don't know the background, but I'm just feeling that it wasn't a good situation and she's afraid. Now, I feel like you've crossed over this hump so many times that, you know, it's like you feel like a yo-yo a little bit. But I also feel like the older she gets, the more afraid she gets that something's going to happen to you.
Right.
I don't think it would be a bad idea if the two of you, I don't know if there's another person involved, but I do feel like it may be a good idea to talk to someone together, but I don't know if she's open to that.
Yeah, right, I feel like it's a little impossible. She's incarcerated.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't picking up on that. So is that why she's afraid that you're just going to walk away and leave her?
I think so.
Okay. Now, in this incarceration, is she talking to someone inside? Because don't they? I feel like.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
She hasn't opened up
I
to that.
feel like the best thing you can do for her is to show her that you still love her and that no matter what she's done, you're on her side. But I also
Yeah, I
at the
try to
same
reach
time, yeah. I also at the same time feel like it's important just to, I don't know if you can visit her, but even letter writing coming from your heart, I feel like I feel like she's done. Now when I say done, I don't mean that in a bad way. I feel like she's done acting out. She's learning from her mistakes, and I feel like when she does come out, why do I feel like she's going to come out in August? Does that make sense?
That's kind of weird, but that's what I've been thinking. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know if it's for good behavior or if that's when she's supposed to come out. But I do feel like she will come out this summer, and I feel like she will come out on top. I'm getting 4 months. So I don't know. Don't ask me to count from now between now and 4 months. I just don't ask me to do that. But I am getting 4 months, but I'm also picking up on August. So I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like she's learning. But I also feel like, I don't know, I feel like either she's in group therapy or she's going to go into group therapy, but I do feel like whatever it is going to help her.
Great.
I feel like she's tired of cheating herself out of the good life, if that makes sense. And when I say the good life, I just mean allowing love to come in and to stay. She's tired of pushing you away. Excuse me?
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that because she's an addict, and I had to adopt her 2 kids too.
Oh wow. Okay.
And I've been hoping that she just gets good enough to, believe in herself.
It's going to take a lot of, and it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to be hard work. Right. I still feel like you're going to feel like a yo-yo at times, push and pull. But I feel like it's going to be really important for her to, I don't know if she's been on medication, and I'm not a doctor, so I can't, tell you.
She just started.
Okay. But I do feel like she's going to need to, like, if she is on medication, she needs to stay on it, and that it's going to help her a lot.
Exactly.
She has to forgive herself, though, too. There's something about that. She needs to forgive herself. And I feel like the only way she can forgive herself is to hear from you. And I don't know how old her 2 kids are, but I feel like they
10 too.
Okay. I mean, I feel like they will forgive her, and kids forgive their parents, right?
Right.
And so I do feel like there just needs to be forgiveness all around. But if she can't forgive herself and learn to love herself, it's going to be hard to love her back. So she has to do the work. But I feel like she's going to really need your support to.
Yes, I've been trying to stand by her as best as I can.
Yeah. And I feel like all of that, I do see her coming out on top. And again, I'm not always great with time, but I am seeing 4 months or around the end of the summer. And I also feel like there's something about work. I feel like she's trying to figure out what she wants to do still.
Yes.
So I feel like while she's incarcerated, she's learning something. And I feel like I don't know if they're going to help her get a job when she comes out, but I do feel like there's somebody who's going to help her. So I do feel like when she comes out, she'll be better, and that she'll be a mom to her kids. I feel like she's up for hard work. I feel like she made a mistake, but that she's a hard
Mhm.
worker and that we all make mistakes. Hers was a little bit more serious than others, but she can be a bright star if she allows herself to be.
Yeah, 'cause she is smart.
Yeah, she's very smart. And maybe too, I don't know. I was going to say maybe she's too smart for her own good. I don't know. But I do know.
That's what I say.
I do know that she's very spiritual. And I also know that she is thinking about what to do with her life. So I feel like, I want to say this time, and I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like this time she's going to make it.
Oh, great, because this is her third time in. And I've been wondering, is this the end?
Three times a charm.
Yeah, she keeps on telling me, but every time I get scared in my heart because I've heard it over and over, and I just pray and pray each time.
I feel like this time, I don't know why, I feel like this time she's going to come out of it better. And I don't want to say she's going to get better because that's not the right word. But I do feel like, I feel like she's cleaning her act up. And this time, this time she wants it to be good. So I feel like this time around, she has grown up a little bit. She's matured. She doesn't want to make the same mistakes.
Yeah, that's what she said, and I was like scared because I heard that all before, and I was like, "Oh, please don't, be good this time and come back and get help."
I feel like this time she needs it. Yeah, I feel like all of a sudden she's seeing, oh my God, I'm gonna be 30, and I do feel not that she needs to fix herself, but she needs to love herself.
Right, exactly.
We are at the end, but I hope I helped a little bit, and I will pray for her.
And thank you, and you are so spot on. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. And with that, I'm going to say I hope that the rest of your week goes well, and I will see you next week. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R. The Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic and fabulous week wherever you are on this amazing planet of ours. We're not going to discuss what's going on in the Middle East. I mean, there's enough coverage of that. Let's try and keep this show lighthearted and happy and something for us to all sort of take away in a positive sort of way because, there's enough negativity and things going on in the world that, I want this next half an hour to be something that's enlightening and positive and just sort of lifts your spirits a little bit. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Ace of Pentacles. Now, the Ace of Pentacles is money coming. It can be the card of your divine wish being granted. Now, look, many of us might sort of say, look, I have many different divine wishes that I'd like, but for most of us, it's usually connected to money. That's usually the thing that most of us sort of dream of or think we could do with a little bit more of than what we've got. So when I see the Ace of Pentacles come out in a reading, I always look at it as, yes, look, there's more money coming, but it's also a time to sort of say to the universe exactly what it is you want and what you need. The universe doesn't always grant every wish, but at least if they're well aware and they're well informed of what is the most important thing in your life at the moment, or the most important change that you would like in your life at the moment, then maybe there's a slim chance that the universe can start to sort of bring that towards us. So that's where the divine wish comes in. So it's a time of, hopefully some extra money coming in to help with the cost of living around the world, which seems to be soaring everywhere. I don't think it's just here in Australia. From everything I read and see, it's everywhere in the world. People are struggling to try and keep food on the table and keep the basic bills paid, never mind any luxuries. It's a time of sort of, I think reevaluating what's really important to us. And, sometimes I think going back to basics is a good idea, and then start to layer upon after that. But, sometimes I think we get a little bit out of control and a little bit green-eyed about somebody else has got more than we've got and how come they've got it and we haven't got it. Maybe take it back to basics, and maybe that's what your divine wish is being granted, is to simplify your life, take things back to basics, be very grateful and happy with what you've got, and most of all be happy that you're still here, that if you've got your health, you've got everything. So it's an interesting time astrologically at the moment. Look, I've read lots of stuff online and I've seen lots of predictions from other different astrologers at how Uranus is going to affect the world when it goes into Gemini. Look, it's not happening till the end of April, so let's not even go there yet. Let's not panic and put the cart before the horse. Let's just sort of live in the now, I think, is very important for the moment, because we're too busy sometimes looking too far ahead that we forget to live in the present moment. And the present moment is what we've got. This is what we should be enjoying. So again, happy birthday to all the Pisceans. It's still that magical time of the year of Pisces, where I think it's a lovely time of the year. It tells us to sort of not so much slow down a little bit, but enjoy what the energy is about, that it's creative, it's musical, it's a time to sort of do a little bit of daydreaming or thinking about what you might want to achieve for the year. It is the end of the astrological year, Pisces energy. Pisces is the 12th sign. And a lot of astrologers have written over the years that they call it the dustbin. I certainly don't call it the dustbin of the zodiac. I call it the most enlightened sign, because in my opinion, and I've been working with astrology for a very, very long time now, that you've collectively got the power and the information and the knowledge of the previous 11 signs. And Pisces is able to sort of pick and choose what it wants to take on board and says, oh, well, I'll have a bit of this and a bit of that, and then we'll get rid of that this week. We'll have some of this and some of that, and sort of constantly evolving and changing, because it is a mutable sign. So I think that makes them pretty incredible people. And look, I have lots of Pisceans in my life, and I have had most of my life, even though I'm not a Pisces, I'm a Sagittarian, but I seem to have gravitated towards or had very strong friendships and relationships with Pisceans. It's sort of, maybe I was a Pisces in another life, I'm not sure, but it just sort of, it's a very comfortable energy to me. I sort of really understand and get these people, and I really do believe they get a lot of bad press, the two fish chasing its tail. No, that's not the way I perceive Pisces. I see them as very creative, very loving, very kind and very gentle people, and we can learn a lot from them because they have a lot of wisdom, and they have a lot of wisdom to share. And it's, sometimes when things get a little bit out of balance for them, it does govern their mental health. But mental health doesn't mean that they've necessarily got an illness. I affectionately call it, sometimes we all need to have a mental health day. Have the day off, go to the beach, do something that's fun. Give yourself a break, get off the treadmill for a while, and then you can come back and look refreshed. And I think that saying probably came from a Pisces having a mental health day. It's really important. So we're going to move on now. We've got Mercury, the planet of communication, is retrograde. Look, my inbox has been full. When is Mercury going to go direct? Why is it affecting me this way? Why am I feeling this way? We have Mercury goes retrograde about 3 times a year for approximately 2.5 to 3 weeks at a time. This current Mercury retrograde is in Pisces. It will go through for another 9 days or until the 20th of this month. So you've got to look at, with it being in Pisces, it's asking us to all sort of dig deep. It's asking us to sort of try and find some creative solutions. Think about what we're communicating. How are we communicating? Are we rubbing somebody up the wrong way? Are they really listening? Do they understand what they're saying? It's interesting because with a Mercury retrograde, most people don't have their listening ears on. For whatever reason, they seem to be a little bit preoccupied trying to sort of make sure that everything that they're working on is getting through, or, if they've sent parcels in the mail, making sure they get delivered. It's sort of, if you've got to send an email or some sort of text message, you've got to make sure that it gets through. It's the time when computers break down, cell phones break down, things that you go to do aren't simple. Like even before the show today, I went to fire up the laptop and all of a sudden it said there was an error, and I thought, no, don't panic, it'll be fine. I'll just push a few buttons and eventually got it to go. And it was just one of those Mercury retrograde things. And these happen to each and every one of us. Now, the fact that it's in Pisces, to me, is possibly a good thing at the moment, because it means we might be able to find some creative or different solutions in ways to communicate that wouldn't necessarily always be open to us. Because with it being in that gentler sort of energy of Pisces, and as I previously spoke about, with Pisces being able to pick and choose and take on board the energy of the previous 11 signs, and including that is the wisdom of communication or things that might need to be discussed or talked about. So maybe this is the best place for a Mercury retrograde at this current time in our lifetime with what's going on around the world. Maybe this is the best placement for Mercury, because communication will be of a creative nature, where they're going to try and find creative solutions, not necessarily, what seemingly on the surface might be hard line, but underneath that, it's like a duck swimming that, they look really calm on the top of the water, but their little their web feet are paddling like mad underneath, and that's maybe what's going on here. Everything looks calm or sort of in control on the surface, but there's a lot of activity going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. A lot of meetings, a lot of conversations, a lot of things being thrashed out. So I feel it's a very positive time for us mere mortals. It's that time when you don't sign a contract if you don't absolutely desperately have to. If you do, please read it out aloud. If you read it out aloud, you're more inclined to pick up a mistake. It's one of those times I try not to post anything during this time unless you absolutely desperately have to, because quite often it gets lost, or it gets rained on, or something happens. It's a rotten time to be flying or traveling, because this is when they lose your luggage, flights get delayed. Everything that you can think of on a communication level can go backwards at the moment. So it's a time to sort of just calm down, chill out a little bit, watch your favourite movie or do something like that if you're having a bad day, and come back to it a little bit later when you're feeling a little bit more calm and together. We have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, is conjunct or holding hands Saturn, and Saturn is conjunct or holding hands Venus. Now, they're all in Aries at the moment. Now, this, in astrological terms, is called a stellium, because there's 3 planets all holding hands or all conjunct at the same time. So Neptune's leading the charge here. Neptune's only just gone into Aries. So Neptune is asking us to find some creative, different solutions. The Aries energy is about me first, and me first, but it's also a fire sign. So it's asking us to really sort of look at things in a very, very different sort of way. So we're predominantly talking about fire signs here: Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. So, Neptune is asking you to think outside the square, find a different solution, find a creative solution, but be aware that Neptune is actually holding hands with Saturn. So Saturn is the planet of discipline, the father figure. It sort of slows things down, asks you to find a rock solid solution. Don't go off willy-nilly. Don't go off, in a fast sort of fashion. Tone it back a little bit. Make sure that the steps that you're taking are definite and correct, to the best of your ability. And it's also conjunct Venus. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection, but it's also the things that we love to do. So if we look at Neptune sort of creating the creativity and asking us to just sort of be a little bit more flexible and sort of, allowing us to sort of say, I don't know the solution or the answers to a lot of things, but I'm prepared to work on it. Then if you look at Saturn coming in and saying, okay, I'll give you the structure, I'll put the platform underneath this for us to be able to find some creative solutions or some different directions that we need to be sort of focusing on, and we'll get some answers. And then Venus comes in and says, well, I'll just pretty everything up and everything's going to be a lot easier than what it would have been. So these are all positive signs. Now, this will wash over the remaining 8 signs. I want to talk about something that I think is quite important, that sort of stood out to before the show when I was looking at where the planets were sitting, and that's a sextile that's coming from Pluto's in Aquarius. Now, Pluto's only just gone into Aquarius in the last 6 months or so. Now, it's going to be there for 20 odd years. So we're going to have a lot of time to talk about Pluto and Aquarius. The reasons why I wanted to talk about Pluto today is it's making a sextile, or a really important aspect. A sextile in astrology terms is something that's flowing, that's easy. Now, it's making a sextile to Saturn. Now, as I said at the top of the show, I'm not going to refer to the war, but I'm going to refer to it in this sort of way, in a general sort of way, with things that are going on in the world. Now, Pluto, the planet of transformation, is in Aquarius. Now, Pluto is slow, deliberate, and definite. A lesson learnt by Pluto is a lesson that we don't ever forget. Now, the fact that it's only 4 degrees into the sign and has a hell of a long way to go, Pluto is being asked to think outside the square, to find different solutions, to find different ways of resolving issues that might be going on. Now, because there's the sextile and things are flowing, and we've got Saturn, the planet of discipline, in Aries, it's asking somebody to lead the way forward. It's asking somebody to be firm, to be definite, to sort of say, right, this is what we're going to do. If we're going to get a resolution, or we're going to change something, we need to do it in a very diplomatic and very structured sort of way. It's not the time to go in with some airy-fairy nonsense. It's the time to go in there with a definite plan and some definite strategic plans to be able to bring results. Now, this can apply to many areas of things in life. It's not just applying to the Middle East, it's applying to everything. So this is definitely going to be affecting the air signs, which is Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. The opposite sign is Leo. It's also going to be affecting the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign again of Libra. So we've got a double emphasis there on the Libra energy. So anybody that's sort of a Librian, you know, they might be finding that there's some massive changes coming up into their lives, and it could just be something coming out of nowhere, like a job offer that they, oh, wow, where did that come? Terrific. Yes, I'll say yes to that. And it can be that simple. It can be something that you weren't thinking of, or something that you didn't see that could happen, that could come out of nowhere and bring much more structure to your life. And, you know, for those people that might only be on contract work, you know, an extension of your contract, or a new job that brings more stability into your life. So this is how this can work. It doesn't have to be relating to what's going on in the Middle East. It can be a restructuring of your life if you're one of those signs that I spoke about, but it will wash over the remaining signs, the remaining 6 that I didn't cover. Now, the big news this week is Jupiter, the planet of luck and expansion and opportunity, has finally gone direct, which is amazing. Been going retrograde for a long time now. So Jupiter's sitting in Cancer. So yes, it's affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn, but it's washing over the remaining 8 signs too. And when Jupiter's gone direct as it is now, it means finally we can start to get some traction. We can start to feel as if we're making some momentum in life, that things are starting to move forward again. It's sort of like we've had taken 2 steps forwards, 5 back, 3 forward, 2 back. It's like we've been on a piece of elastic for such a long time trying to get projects off the ground. Well, things will start to free up now and move forward. We've also still got Uranus sitting in Taurus. It will be there until the end of April, as I mentioned, before it crosses into Gemini. So Uranus is in the tail end of sorting out what it is that needs to be structured. So Uranus sitting in an earth sign. So this is going to affect all the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So what Uranus is trying to do is finally sort of settle everything down. Anything that needed to be changed, structured in your life, should have already changed by now. If it hasn't, it'll be sudden, deliberate, and definite. So be very, very careful what you send out to the universe at the moment. Don't say, I hate my job, because you might just lose it, because that's all Uranus will hear is, you hate the job, I'll get rid of it for you. So Uranus works very suddenly. It's like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. But I'm looking at Uranus sitting in Taurus in a very positive way, because Uranus is also about the things that we value, the things that I might value personally, me, myself, and I. So it's a very personal thing. So people will be, no matter what your star sign is, you will be reevaluating what is important to you at the moment and the things that you need to be addressing going forward. For a lot of people, there will be some forward planning or some forward thinking, or having more than one plan. You could be going through a major issue in your life and you're looking at plan A, B, C, D, E, F, not knowing which way things are going to fall, but you've got all the bases covered. And that's exactly what Uranus wants you to do, is to have all the bases covered so that you know exactly what's going on. We're going to take our first caller now. So this is, and I'm going to get this wrong, I know, is Marissa in Duluth in Minnesota, USA. And I do apologise, Marissa, I probably got your name wrong. How can I help you today, sweetie?
My name's Marissa, so close enough.
Okay, I apologise. I just knew I was going to get it wrong, Marissa. Okay, do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie? That's a really pretty name.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm currently going through some major life changes with relationships and moving and jobs, and I mean, you name it, I'm kind of going through it. So just kind of seeing if there's any positive direction, or which path, am I on the right path, or maybe am I not on the right path, kind of things like that.
Well, I can guarantee you're on the right path. I feel for you going through all this change all at once. It's like you got out of bed one morning and said, I'll just tip the whole of my world upside down in my one part. Let's do the whole lot in one go. And it's a very brave thing to do. But I feel also, Marissa, it was overdue. It was sort of something that's been percolating and building for some time. It wasn't something that just happened one day when you got out of bed and said, I'm going to tip everything upside down. This has been slowly building for about 18 months to 2 years. So it's just that it's all come together and come to a head at the same time. I want to focus on the relationship first, if I can. To me, I feel I'm not necessarily saying it's the wrong connection. I'm saying there needs to be some very definite adjustments there, and there needs to be more honesty. And I'm going to say from both points of view. You both need to be very, very open and honest with each other of what you're expecting or what you need out of the relationship for this to have a fighting chance of settling down and working out. If for some reason that what the other person is sort of offering is not what you can handle or what you want, and it really goes against your grain, then you have to make a decision and say, okay, it's time for that to be gone, because it's holding me back as a person on my own personal growth. They haven't shown me one direction or the other. They're just showing me that there needs to be more open and honest communication there, and then the answer will come, and it'll be very clear. You won't be able to mistake. It'll be either a yes or a no. So that's really important. As far as sort of moving and things like that, I don't feel uncomfortable with that. I think this is all part of the transformation that's going on in your life at the moment, Marissa. And it's a good thing because, you needed a fresh start in every way. There's certainly, I don't know whether you've just landed a new job, but there's certainly a new job that's right sitting around you at the moment. Have you just landed a job?
Well, I have an interview coming up soon, and there's prospects for me transferring my job, but it's just kind of all up in the air on kind of what to do, I guess.
Okay. So with the transfer, would that take you a long distance away from where you are now?
Well, I've picked where I want to move, and so my job, I lived a few hours away, and so my job is kind of thinking I might be able to keep my job and work it a few hours away down here. But I've also been looking at other opportunities, and now I have a job interview on Thursday as well for kind of around around the same profession.
Okay. I felt this was something new, and I felt it wasn't, to me, it would involve a move of residence as well. It wasn't just sort of like taking a job 2 miles down the road. This, to me, involved a whole new life. So if you've already picked out where you want to live, then it's just a matter of we've got to find the right connection for the job. Look, I'm not saying you can't get a transfer where you are. I just sort of feel that even with a transfer, I think in time, 6 months, 12 months, I think you'd be questioning whether or not it's time to move on. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's like that's outlived its usefulness, if that makes any sense.
No, yeah, that makes complete sense. I was kind of thinking the same thing. New start, new everything.
So, I'm not saying don't take it if this other job doesn't pan out, but what I'm saying is just be aware that you're still going to be unsettled in it, like you're looking for something new, you're looking for something more to get your teeth into, something where they're going to take more notice of what you bring to the table. I just don't feel appreciated where you're currently working.
Yeah, I I get that a lot. I'm very happy that you said that.
Yeah, and you're not imagining any of these things. I mean, I think take one step at a time. I mean, look at the relationship with what I said to you about some honest communication, and then the answer will come to that. You already have the answer to the work situation. If, the interview goes well and you get offered a position and you're happy with it and it's in the new location, then you've got a choice then, do I take that or do I just, try and get a transfer where I am? But you'll know in the pit of your stomach what's the right direction to take. And I just feel this is the right move. And I think this is something that, as I said, has been percolating along in the background for some time, and you're ready to take that leap of faith now, and start that whole new life. And it's the right time, Marissa. It's good. It feels great.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you said that. Yeah, it's been in the works for like you. It's been around 8 months to around a year and a half, where it's really just been like I can't take it no more. Where I was and
it's
how
been
I was
slowly
being
building.
and, Yes.
Yeah, and that's good
really
because
has.
you didn't just sort of react. You allowed it to build at its own momentum, and now it's got to the point where I've got to make a choice, and that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I appreciate you a lot. You absolutely hit it right on the head.
Wonderful. Okay, Marissa, that's where we're going to leave it. I wish you well with your changes, sweetie. They're going to be good. We're going to talk with Kelly now in Dayton in Manitoba in Canada. Are you there, Kelly? And I'm sure I've not pronounced your location wrong, Kelly. How can I help you, sweetie?
It's okay. It's okay, thank you. I'm just.
Can you speak up a little bit, sweetie? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm just worried and concerned about my father. Recently, he's been diagnosed with cancer, and I just want to know if what we're doing is going to help him, or if he's going to need something a little bit more aggressive.
Okay. Health issues are one of those very tricky areas, Kelly, that we can't really discuss by laws of different states and countries and things like that. But what I can do is look at your dad's health on an energetic sort of level. And energetically, I feel he's tired. Now, look, I know that, having a debilitating disease like that can sort of make you feel tired, but this seems to I feel more tired than what I think I should. It's like I feel soul tired. I'm not sure that he's actually, how can I put this? He's aware of what he's got, and he's aware he's got to fight, but it's almost like it's too hard to fight. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it actually does.
And I'm not saying that that's the wrong attitude for him to have, and I'm not saying that's going to spell, that he's not going to beat this. But what I'm saying is you need to be aware of that. It's like he feels so very overwhelmed. It's like, I haven't got the energy, it's like, oh, just all go away and leave me alone. I just want to sit down. I'm tired. I want to sleep. I want to do whatever. It's sort of like he feels that everything that he's got to do is taking more energy than what he's got. Now, I'm not saying that he's wrong in the way that he's looking at things, and I'm not saying that what medical, suggestions have been made and treatments that have been offered are wrong. I'm just saying, please be aware of that he needs to feel that this is right for him. It's not just about what you might want. He's the one that's going through this illness, and he's got to feel comfortable and on board with it. Do you know what I mean? If he sort of says, look, I can't do this today, I just want to sleep, then maybe we've just got to reschedule a doctor's appointment or a treatment if that's what he needs. Sometimes I think we forget to honor how we feel. And I think you need to do that with Dad. He's just, look, he's not a weak man. I'm not saying that in any form, shape or size. He's a very strong man, and usually a very strong-willed man, but he's feeling very tired. If you can imagine, he's like a car. There's no petrol in the car and there's nothing left in the reserve tank. He needs to try and build that up a little bit. And that may just be, he might just need, a couple of days to sleep, or, to do something that makes his heart sing, and then he's right to go again. But I do feel that there's going to be other suggestions that are going to be put forward in the ways that they can manage this condition for him. And I'm not saying one's right or wrong. I think you just got to take on board what's offered at the time and sort of sit down and work out whether this is right for him and is he happy with it, because at the end of the day, it's his body. he's the one that's going through it. I appreciate that you love him and he's your dad and you don't want to lose him. And, we want to do everything we can to make him to be able to beat this illness. But you've also got to consider he's the one that's got to face it. He's the one that's got to go through things, and he's got to be comfortable with it. He's a strong man, but he's feeling very tired at the moment. That's what I picked up around him. And, you just got to support him the best way you can, Kelly.
Yeah. And that's what I keep asking myself too. Like, I just ask for clarity to try and realize, I guess, that.
Look, cancer's not always
hard to admit it, but yeah, I understand totally. I'm just trying to. I'm just really concerned about my dad. That's all. I thought hopefully somebody.
Yeah, and I know you're a loving daughter, sweetie, and you're trying to do everything. You're trying to do everything you can for him, but you've got to remember at the end of the day, these have got to be his decisions and his choices, and you need to support that, sweetie. I get a good feeling. I just think you just got to let him rest at the moment and regather his strength, and then he'll be ready to sort of fight it head on again. Anyway, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it. I wish you and your dad well with, his progress with him trying to regain his really good health again, and I'm sure things are going to improve. It's really interesting when we're facing things like Kelly is with a family, and you're trying to do everything that's right, but we sometimes forget the patient themselves is the one that needs to make the decisions. We're there to be a support. It's not always about us. It's about the other person and what they're going through and what choices that they want to make. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I thought was pretty appropriate for the way there's such chaos in the world, and here in Australia we're having more flooding events, and there seems to be weather events wherever you look around the world, whether it's terrible storms and snowstorms, and nothing seems to be what we used to say, quote, normal. And I think what the world needs now, and Dionne Warwick says it very, very well, what the world needs now is more love. And I think that we could all do with a little bit more love and a little bit more positivity in the world to be able to sort of fight our way through with what's coming up in the next week, and sort of, put some positivity into our lives. And it's a beautiful song with beautiful words. So I'll leave you with Dionne Warwick and What the World Needs Now. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to this week's episode of Energy Intuition Transformation. I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and it's a joy to be here with you again. I love doing my shows every week. They're such fun. And each week we take a little time to pause, breathe, and listen to the quieter messages moving through our lives. These might be messages from Spirit, from intuition, or from nature, and sometimes from the simple wisdom of an oracle card, which is what we'll use this week. And this week's message actually feels like a gentle exhale. The card I've drawn carries an energy that many people are deeply needing right now. In a world that often feels fast, loud, and demanding, this card brings us back to something softer. The message is about harmony. How beautiful is that? And it's about allowing sweetness back into our lives, reconnecting with the inner child within us, and remembering that life does not always have to be hard to be meaningful. And sometimes the greatest healing comes not through effort, but through gentleness. So this week's Oracle Card segment. The Oracle card comes from a very cute little deck that I've just been drawn to use this week, and it's the Magical Spirit Oracle deck. And the card from this beautiful little deck this week is Harmony. And so cute, the illustrations on these cards. And the message on this card is, may sweet and soft things find you. Ease, inner child, softness. Very different from things we've been talking about recently. And this is a beautiful message from Spirit, reminding us that life is not only about pushing forward or solving problems or striving for the next goal. Sometimes our spirit simply needs rest. Sometimes our heart just needs some kindness. And sometimes our soul needs to remember joy. And the energy of harmony invites us to soften the way we move through life. It encourages us to slow down, to be kinder to ourselves, to reconnect with the simple, nurturing experiences that bring us back into balance. And perhaps most importantly, it calls us back to our inner child, the part of us that remembers how to feel that wonder, curiosity, and joy without needing a reason, just allowing it to happen. So, what does harmony really mean? Well, harmony doesn't mean that life is perfect, which is a good thing. It doesn't mean that there are no challenges or responsibilities, because harmony is about balance, the ability to hold life's complexities while still allowing space for peace, creativity, and softness. Many of us have learned to live in survival mode, especially at these times with things going on in the world. And we push through with busy schedules, responsibilities, and expectations. And we become very good at coping, organising, and achieving. But over time, that constant effort can create tension in the body and heaviness in the heart. So harmony invites us to rebalance that energy. It asks us to remember that we are not machines that are designed only to produce or to solve problems. We are living beings who need beauty, rest, laughter, and connection just as much as we need progress. So as we do every week, let's do a short meditation. This week it's called Returning to Softness. So let's take just those few moments to reconnect with that softer energy. And remember, please do not listen to this meditation while driving or operating any machinery. And if you need your full concentration at this time, just listen with your eyes open and return to experience the meditation with the replay, and replay it as many times as you like. So, if it's safe to do so, gently close your eyes. Begin by taking that slow, deep breath in and release it softly, allowing your shoulders, your neck, your spine, all those parts of you just to relax and become really calm. And let your breath settle into a calm and natural rhythm. Now, imagine yourself in a peaceful place from your childhood, or somewhere that just feels playful and safe. It could be a garden, a beach, a meadow, or a favourite spot from long ago. As you do this, notice the colours around you, the light, the sounds. Now, imagine your younger self appearing in this space, that child version of you, and look at them with kindness. Notice their curiosity, their openness, their ability to find joy in simple things. This part of you is still alive within your heart. So gently place your hand over your heart and imagine welcoming that younger self back into your energy. And say silently to yourself, I welcome softness. I allow ease into my life. It is safe to experience joy. And take one more deep breath in. Exhale gently, and when you're ready, slowly open your eyes if they are closed and return to your normal consciousness. So let's talk about the inner child and healing. When we talk about the inner child in spiritual work, we're referring to the emotional core of our being, the part that formed our earliest experiences of love, safety, creativity, and just belonging. Many adults carry stress and responsibility so heavily that the inner child becomes forgotten. But the inner child holds important gifts for all of us. Things like creativity, imagination, spontaneous joy and laughter, and curiosity about life. And when we reconnect with this part of ourselves, something beautiful happens. Life begins to feel lighter, not because problems disappear, but because we allow ourselves moments of genuine happiness again. And this beautiful card, Harmony, reminds us that nurturing this part of ourselves is not indulgent, it's actually essential for our well-being. And what about softness in this hard world at the moment? In times when the world feels intense or uncertain, many people instinctively harden themselves, like they put up a barrier just to protect themselves. And they become guarded, serious, focused only on survival. But Harmony teaches us a different approach. Softness is not weakness. Softness is strength and compassion. And when we allow sweetness back into our lives, through kindness, creativity, nature, or connection, we restore balance to our nervous system and our emotional well-being. And small things can bring this energy back. Just listening to music that moves your heart. Perhaps spending time with your pets. Walking in nature. Walking on the beach, in the forest, in the park. Getting together and laughing with friends. Or creating something just for the joy of it, not because you have to. These moments are not distractions from life. They are part of what keeps our spirit nourished. And of course, our animal companions are wonderful teachers of harmony. Animals naturally live in balance with their environment. They rest when they're tired. They play when they feel joyful. They respond honestly to their emotions without carrying unnecessary burdens. And when we spend time with animals, we often feel our own stress begin to dissolve. Their calm presence reminds us that life can be simple again, bringing forward that inner child. And they bring us back into rhythm with nature, which is a wonderful thing. And also in rhythm with our bodies and with being in the present moment. Now, many people discover that simply sitting quietly with their animal companion brings them back into emotional balance. This is the medicine of harmony. And of course, sometimes reconnecting with harmony also means exploring what may have pulled us away from it. And through my Spirit Talk journeys, holistic animal wellness, and quantum journeys hypnosis, I help people gently uncover the deeper patterns and emotional layers that may be affecting their well-being. These sessions can support you in reconnecting with your intuition, restoring balance in your energy, and strengthening the bond between you and your animal companions if that's what you're looking for. So if you feel drawn to explore this work further, you can learn more at holistic-health.au, and that's from anywhere in the world, where you will find links to all of my holistic modalities. And you're also welcome to reach out using the contact form. And I would love for you to do that just so we can connect and chat. It would be amazing. And also some news. In the coming weeks, I'll also be sharing new modalities, each with a different variation on healing therapies. And I've put these together myself in response to my clients asking for more. The first will be the living forest, which is based on forest or silvotherapy. And that goes back to forest bathing, all sorts of wonderful things. And that will be followed by the living waters therapy, which is a water-based therapy and blue space practice. You'll be able to find out more about that too. In the future, there will also be the living earth and the living air therapies. And you'll get those links on my website very soon. So the message of this week's card is beautifully simple. Harmony. May sweet and soft things find you. Life will always have moments of challenge, but it also holds moments of sweetness. Quiet moments of beauty, connection and joy that nourish the soul. And because harmony is not something we chase, it's something we allow, and allow it back into your life now. So thank you for joining me for this week's episode of Energy, Intuition, Transformation. And until next time, as always, have a blessed week. Stay open, stay kind to yourself, and allow the sweetness of life to find its way to you. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Lisa Thurgate Marks here, coming from live in Mermaid Waters on the Gold Coast. Such a beautiful day here today. It's nice to have the sun out and charging everybody's energy, because we're feeling a lot around the world. Everybody's taking on everybody else's energy at the moment. So this is about raising your own vibration, coming back to soul and really feeling into the safeness that you can give yourself if you're filling yourself up with love. Rather than thinking of the worst and what can go on and taking on the energy of other people, if you can just protect yourself with a big cocoon of white light protection, maybe a hula hoop, it's your thing, bells, crystal bowls, using some incense, some sage, Palo Santo, anything that you feel drawn to that can clear your energy. It's really good at this time. When we're looking to, it's about getting enough sleep before you go to bed, not worrying about too much what's going on. Know that I am always here. You can email me, send a message through Facebook. So I'm always here to help you protect your energy and connect you to your loved ones, and also bring you back to your soul, to your divine guidance, because we all have our own intuitive abilities. And it's times like this that we need to come together, and all that we've learned along the way, it's nice to share with other people and the younger people in our lives, so that they too can feel safe within their body. We're coming up to 7 weeks of no retrogrades. We still have Mercury in retrograde at the moment. That is quite rare, I feel, where everything will just tend to move along and go in sync, in flow, as long as you are not fighting yourself. When you are fighting yourself, you will find that you're bringing in all the thoughts and feelings that are negative, the negative self-talk, everything that you were thinking will come true. So when we look here, keep your words up high. Keep your thoughts, your feelings, what you're doing. Get some sunshine. Get out, go for a walk, do some movement. Anything that can raise your vibration, and teach our younger ones. Look after our elderly. Look after anybody that is doing it a little bit harder than yourself. Together we'll just keep rising, okay? Much love to everyone, and again, no one here to help me through this phase. I have a beautiful caller, Amy, coming through. How are you today, Amy?
Hello, dear. I'm okay, all things considered. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I think, as you say, all things being considered, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? And as if you were listening what I was talking about before, as tuning in with your own heart and soul. It can make a real lot of difference to how you navigate and get through this time. It's very important just to come back to yourself. What can I do for you today? Yes, exactly.
Oh, there's just so many, there's so many things. I'm gonna keep my predominant thing on what is in my gut, and that is involving. I've lost 15 family, friends, and loved ones that I was very close to in 4 years, and most of them were tragically lost. And I'm trying my best with my current relationships that are still living to do what's in their best interest to help them. I'm in the service industry. I'm a special education teacher, gifted and talented teacher. 20 years, I love my job more than I love most things in life, other than my family and my friends and my children. I have a friend that's in a very bad situation with an abusive spouse. She has 2 children that I adore, that I threw her baby shower for. And she's a very educated woman, but she's not making an educated decision and doing what I feel is best for her children and herself. And I've allowed her to stay with me, but it's been haphazardly because she always ends up going back to them, to the abuser. And I just need to know how I can use my words to help her make the decision that ultimately I feel is in her best interest and in her children's best interest, without going into details from her past that would lead me to believe this. I'm just very, very, very worried about my wonderful, dear, sweet friend and her children that I just think the world of.
And I really hear the pain coming from you and wanting to be able to help your friend. And when I was feeling into what was being said and tuning in, your friend, as you would realise, is trauma bonding. She needs to have somewhere that she feels safe, because it's the attachment that she's trauma bonding to. I feel it goes back to a very long time ago in her life, where if she wasn't homeless, she wasn't in a very good home life. She is actually holding on to this for the children more so than herself. You really need now to empower her, to show her the strength that she can move forward from this, and support her in a way that's emotionally but also with life skills, because I feel that she feels she doesn't have the life skills to move forward. The way that she's downtrodden here, she doesn't feel she has any ways or means of supporting her and her children. It's quite a dangerous situation that I'm seeing here. It coming back around my throat. I don't know if she has any also thyroid issues or anything going here. There's a lot of pressure on her throat. The way that she talks to herself is quite demeaning. She loves you, and I keep feeling that she's coming through here and not wanting to put you in danger. That this is about reassuring your beautiful friend that you are not in danger. It might that you go and find her somewhere where he doesn't know where she is, so that she feels safe. It's like she looks out for everybody else but herself. So when she feels she's putting you in danger, she is going back as well. I feel he is the one that's eventually going to be out of this situation. I feel he will. It's like he's going to leave her.
he's
Does
going to
he
leave
see
her,
other?
and that
Yeah. Does he see other women at the moment?
oh,
Because
absolutely, 100% yes, absolutely
yeah,
yes, and so many other
because I
things. A
just
gambler, alcoholic, a drug user, and he's going down a very dark path. And I'm
he's got.
scared to death for her, his wife and his 2 children.
I just feel he's going to leave her, and it's like she's handed life back on a silver platter. I feel spirit is coming through, really looking to protect her by putting this person in her life. He really does not think that there is anything wrong with him, that he really believes he isn't at fault. That's where the scariness is. There's a little bit of,
Absolutely.
I don't know whether it's psychosis or a borderline situation with his personality, because he can come back through and very much woo her into think she's going crazy. But I'm going to assure you she's not going crazy.
Oh my gosh. That's exactly what she told me when she came over last night. She goes, I think I'm going crazy, but he does a good job at making me feel that way. And she teaches a life skills class as her full-time profession, which is so ironic. But she feels so downtrodden on herself that she doesn't feel like she's capable of, doing what she knows that she has to do, even though she knows she has my unconditional support 100%, and she's always welcome over here. And he has been a threat to me as far as her coming over here. He has said things to me, but I'm not a weak or soft-boned woman. I can handle situations like that as I deem fit, and I will call the authorities if I need to. I'm just worried for her and for her babies, who I love so much. And I just
what I can tell you, because I've only got 1 minute, I'm so sorry, and I've got to finish up. Keep the vibration, keep sending her love. Imagine herself clearing out all his negative energy, just giving it back to him, wrapping it up in a big love ball, and pelting it as hard as she possibly can back to him, because there's nothing stronger than love. It's interesting, I got the word life skills. See how much he's tearing her down and taking everything away from her. So she, at the moment, with her empty shell, and she's afraid, just keep bringing her up with the love, telling her to imagine the love coming in, really drawing the love into herself, because there's nothing stronger. If she can get, like every time he says something to her, she can say the words delete, 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 and move those words out of her psyche, out of her mind, because that's his power. His words are the power. She needs to take her power back, know that I'm here for her. Explain to her, let her listen to this, that she is safe. She just needs to stand up. But I get the divine intervention where someone's just going to drop a woman into him and he's going to vanish into thin air, which is great. Probably not so much for the kids, but they'll understand later. When I say he's going to go, he's going to go. I'm just sending you so much love, Amy. You're the most beautiful friend anyone could wish for. Please protect both of your energies. Does that make sense to you with the love?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLee's.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. My name is Jenna Lee. If you've been watching me for quite some time, or if you're new to this show, I've been a spiritual hypnotherapist now for about 12 years. I'm a natural chiropractor. I've been doing readings I've been doing readings for a few years. However, I've had my gift since I was about 3 years old. So if you have not ever tuned into me before, this might sound a little wild to you, but if you have been following me, it still might be a little wild, okay? So years and years ago, when I first went to my first hypnosis school, I've been to 7 now, I had previously learned how to communicate with spirits using hypnosis. Came in very handy in my lifetime, and I wanted to share a few things that have been happening to me over the course of my career because it's happening again now. But one of the things I've been able to do for about 3 years now is find people to hypnotize, and then they channel messages from the other side to us, and they do it in groups. So I have a really cool story that I want to share because some of these healing techniques that we have been learning through channeled messages through hypnosis sessions is how I have been manifesting. So the story is that one night, me and my best friend Irene were sitting in my living room in my house. She'd asked me to do a reading, and I kind of was like, "You want me to do a reading now?" It's 1:30 in the morning. You know, it takes a lot of energy sometimes. And as I was doing a reading for her, an ascended master came into the session, Saint Germain, if you're familiar with Saint Germain, and he had begun to tell us that the energy of the cosmos is changing so much that we cannot manifest very quickly by ourselves anymore. That we needed to come together into groups, or even just as a best friend, to come together and manifest together with more energy and more power to make things faster, to make things come in more direct and not so wonky. And so we took that advice and we came together as a group of 5 women, and we began to manifest every single week for a whole year straight. It was kind of like our church, right? And during this time, I have another best friend named Ricky, who is a medium. And with my abilities, they told me to hypnotize Ricky to do a channeling. Now, Ricky's never done channeling before. That's not something that she's ever been able to do before. But Ricky is also a hypnosis student of mine. Very rare. She can go into the deepest level of delta instantaneously. If you want proof of that, go to my TikTok, generally spirit hypnotist, and see how fast she goes under. I can just touch her head and she'll, pass out. So during this time, I did put her under. And true channeling is like when your spirit steps aside and another spirit comes in and passes messages, right? And so that's what she was able to do. And we were all shocked. She's never been able to do this before. But during this time, this collective that they called themselves Theodore started to teach us new techniques for prayer, for manifesting, prayers for the earth, prayers for the firmament, how to help heal our bodies more, how to manifest quicker. And what I want to call is like more direct, right? Do you know if you are manifesting, maybe you're manifesting a house and you're like, I want a 2-bedroom house and I want it to be this much rent. Okay, maybe you get that 2-bedroom house, but it's cold, it's not in the best neighborhood, there's a lot of things wrong with it, So how to get your manifestations, but more clear. More clear. And so I wanted to walk you guys through this process of some of the ways that we're able to manifest more clear, especially when you're in a group with people. Okay, and I'm going to start this. So the first thing that we do in our groups is we go around the room and we name 5 things that we're grateful for. So 5 things that you're grateful for, or 5 things that are going good for you right now. And if I were to ask you that, what are 5 things that you're grateful for? What are 5 things that are going good? And I'll express mine right now. I got a brand new house. It took me a while, but I finally got it. And I had to start from scratch. I went through a very traumatic period of time over the last several months, and had to start fresh. And my friends have chipped in and got me with all new dishes and silverware and utensils and, all the things that make a home, bath towels and rugs and just all the things. That is such a blessing to me. I'm so grateful for that. I am so grateful that I was able to take time to heal myself, and I'm going back to business full time for myself after 7 months of not working full time for myself. And I finally have that desire and motivation to go back full time. So more readings, more hypnosis, more cupping and naprapathy. I am so grateful. You know what? I'm so grateful for spring. It's supposed to be winter here, but the sunshine coming through makes my soul feel like it's alive. I'm so grateful for my good friends that have been there for my healing every step of the way, every day since the trauma that I endured had happened. I am so grateful that I have the motivation to go to the gym and to keep up with my health, and that I feel good enough to do those things. And you know what? I'm so grateful for the relationship I have with my kids. And I love my gratefuls. I could keep flowing with gratefuls, but that is the first step. So I do have a client, or excuse me, I do have a caller right now, Patricia.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you taking
Yeah,
my call.
Thank you. What can I do for you today?
Interesting. You're talking about manifesting, and I'm experiencing a lot of loneliness and wanting to open up my heart, bring in people and love into my life,
so
I can heal and grow.
Are you talking more like a romantic relationship?
Yes, and this relationship, because there's so much that has changed in 4 years that it's the complete opposite. Like, everything flipped, and I'm kind of like a blank slate, having to start over.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just went through that, so I understand. Patricia, do you watch the show regularly?
No, I don't. Can you?
Okay. If you are able to at any point, if you get onto YouTube on Moonstruck TV, which is where it's live at right now, if you go back to next week's show, I actually taught a mini class about how to attract your romantic partner, the first steps of the class, as much as I could get out anyways. And I go through some of the steps for that. But what I want to tell you is, have you ever taken the time to write down exactly what it is that you want in a relationship, whether that be a friendship, whether that be a romantic relationship, or anything in between? Have you ever taken the time to write down all the characteristics of what you want in a relationship?
No, and I tell you that the hard part is for me, what I experienced is that I lost my husband. I'm a widow, so I think he's always in my head, and so no, I haven't gone there. But I think it's important that I open up my heart and let that in.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Pardon me?
How long ago was that?
6 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Let's do. Patricia, will you please give me your birthday so I can tune into your energy a little bit better?
January 7th,
And what year?
1955.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm tuning into your energy, it does feel very shut down, and I understand why. But in the meantime, while it's been so shut down, it looks like you've just put yourself kind of on the back burner. I understand the whole feeling of depression and stuff, but your soul is just really wanting to come out and be like awake, aware, like have almost an ascension, if you will, to come out of that. It does look like your body is lacking some nutrients to help you along with that. So I would really highly recommend vitamin D3/5, especially if you're still going through that loop of depression, because it looks like you've been fighting that for a really long time. I also recommend selenium because of the grief period, and it will deplete it and it will just make things so much more challenging and feel much more intense and longer and drawn out. But the good thing is that you have been very protected, it looks like, during this whole process. You have so many loved ones around you, and it looks like they have been providing you with several blessings um, to make life a little bit easier for you, even if you don't see that. But I think you've actually noticed is what they're showing me. You've had several blessings happen to you in your life over the last few years. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know that I've been protected because I literally lost, and I'm not going to say lost, I literally, things have been taken, like my home. You know, I had to let go of things, and I basically let go of everything. So when I say that I really am starting over from scratch, I mean, it is from the way I look, the way I feel spiritually, mentally, physically, everything. And then having to come from a nice, safe home environment to the outside where I don't feel safe anymore. And so, yes, get to this, to get through what I've gotten through so far, I have to have been protected.
Okay. So one of the things that I would actively work on when you're ready is your energy is holding a lot of anger. So I would actively dismiss that or use it when you're manifesting. Because all of that pent up energy in your body of that anger, it is really holding you back. So if you can release it, please do so. I do utilize my anger to manifest because it gives me the emotion that I need to manifest. But what I'd really like you to do is when you're ready, is start writing things down. Writing things down uses all of your energy. It helps you to manifest and it helps you to heal. And I would start writing things down like, how do you want to feel every day? How do you want to feel? So, can you just tell me right now, how do you want to feel every day on a regular basis to the best of your ability? How do you want to feel?
I want to feel like I did 4 years ago, where I get up and I have a purpose and I get out of bed and I know what to do and I have the energy and I'm in my familiar surroundings. You know, it's 25 years of everything that I had built. It was my creation. And I want to be somewhere again. I want to start building again. I want to start creating again so I have my home and all the loved ones around me again. All of my loved ones.
Now let's put some emotions into that as well. What emotions do you want to feel every day?
Oh, just love. Just love and giving and taking care of. That's me. And with that, when everybody disappears, it's kind of like your purpose goes, when your house goes. Because I was caring for my house, my neighbor, all of that.
So, do you feel like you could give yourself the love that you want to experience and start filling your own cup back up and creating that way?
if writing down how I want to feel every day will create that, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So the next thing I would do also is let's think of a time when you experienced that love. As you were talking, your energy shifted. Did you notice that? Did you notice it coming back up and almost coming more alive when you were talking about that?
Yes,
Yeah.
because I'm
That's
coming from a place was, yes, I was grounded. I'm not grounded now, and I want to be grounded.
right.
I'm
So
I'm a tree that got pulled out from its roots, and I want to be rooted again.
okay. Well, we will get you there. Now, you just did a really good job of talking about things and bringing things up, but let's do a specific memory. What is one specific memory that allows you to feel that you want to feel again?
Just feeling that I'm not full of anxiety, and I can get up and just feel like I have what I had before. Get up and meet friends, and go out and have a job, and take care of animals, and lend myself wherever I can. And I love being around people. I love the interaction. I love the energy. I take in a lot of it though, other people's
Yes, I can
energy,
see
but
that.
yeah.
So
But yeah,
what I'm asking is when you can conjure up a memory, when you can recall a memory, I want you to sit in that memory. So something specific, it might take you some time to come up with something. But for example, maybe you were at a family dinner and maybe you were celebrating something and there was just so much love there. There were people there. You were active, maybe getting the dinner ready and taking care of everybody, and your whole heart was filled with so much love. And, maybe it was like a memory of your husband coming up and giving you a kiss and telling you, I love you. Some type of specific memory that fills your soul with that same type of passion that you just expressed a moment ago. And as you're recalling that memory and kind of replaying it over and over and over, that is the signal, the emotion that goes out to the other side to bring you more of that kind of stuff back into your life. So you would do it on a regular basis to think about that and then start stating out loud or writing down, which is my preference, what it is that you want now. And that emotion is the signal that's going to bring you more stuff back. But you are also so highly protected. You have so many people around you. I would also be utilizing them to help you bring that in. So I like to give my spirit guides a job. I tell them frequently what I'm needing from them, what I need them to do for me throughout the day to give them, a job, I guess, to help me out as well. Utilize your team, speak to them, be open, be direct, know exactly what it is you want because you have so many people around you that is encouraging you and supporting you. Please use them because you will get to where you want to be. If you're actively doing these things, and doing the healing and the manifesting, I see you. I don't know if you'd like to craft or something, but really using your hands and getting good energy out. I don't know how to word it. Maybe like crafting, but there's something with your hands being very active. And I see that really starting to come back into existence in the next 3 months. But please just start writing things down. How do you want to feel? What kind of people do you want in your life? How do you want to feel around them? And then I would love to be able to hear back from you once that shift starts happening because I do see it happening in the next few months.
Great.
Are you okay?
Yes. Did you hear me?
I do not know.
I said I used to have a little craft business.
Oh,
And
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, so I used to do a lot of different things, and I'm very textile. I do love to touch things, work with my hands.
Yes.
So, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that for you. Patricia, I have another caller that I have to take before I get off of here. So if you need anything else, please reach back out. But I want to hear how that's all shifting for you in the next few months, okay?
Okay, and what's your name again?
My name is Jenna Lee.
Jenna Lee. Thank you, Jenna Lee. I appreciate your
You're
time.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Okay, I'm going to just take another caller. Helen from Buffalo, New York.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Not too good, but got a lot of family problems, but everybody's got problems, right?
Yeah, we all have problems. What can I help you with? What would you like?
A reading.
Okay. Can you give me your full birthday so I can tune into your energy, please?
June 30th, 1965.
Okay, is there something that you would like to focus on first, or are you just wanting general?
Well, I have two sisters, and I didn't talk to them for 2 years, and I tried to be around them, and it just didn't work out. So I guess
Yeah.
it's best just to stay away from them.
Are they just pretty negative towards you?
Yes, very negative toward me, yes. Yes.
But it's been like
And
that
the
your whole
ones
life, hasn't it?
What was it?
Has it been like that your whole life?
Yes, and I keep going back sometime and expect different, but I think I learned my lesson this time.
I hope so. Because the number one thing that's happening with you is you're not meant to fit in with them. They're so lower vibrational and they are here to almost trigger you in a way to keep your healing going because you're here trying to advance, like you're almost in college, if you will. Your soul's trying to advance. It's trying to learn, number one, self-love, patience, tolerance, forgiveness, those kinds of things. And when they trigger you, your job is to remember who you are and rise above that. You are not meant to fit in with them because they are so lower vibrational. You're also here to remove generational curses and do some generational healing. And every time you try to fit yourself back in there and go back to that, you just get dragged down. But you're meant to be the person to break all the crap that the generational line has had in it, and you've been doing a good job. So you're going to have to remember to love yourself and fill yourself up because it's never going to come from them. And in fact, there's several people in your family that it's never going to come from. And throughout your life, that's why you keep attracting broken people because you are just such a natural healer. However, you do get dragged down and all that stuff so easily sometimes, but you've done such a good job of pulling yourself out every time. You are meant to stand out and to do generational healing. And you do, it looks like you kind of talk negatively to yourself a lot in the past. You're getting better at it now. And you really have made such a huge difference in your soul's journey. If you weren't aware of that, you've done a very good job. But there is sorry, go ahead.
I'm aware of it, but when I went around them, now it's taking me days to build myself back up from being around them. Because I don't understand why they're the way they are with me,
Right. Right. But you don't have to understand why they are. They just are. And that's enough to know. It's because your energy doesn't match. You're high vibrational. You're in college. They're in kindergarten. You're never going to be able to have good conversations and hang out with kindergartners when you're so far advanced. So you don't have to really fully understand. You're just not meant for them. And that's okay. But the reason you're having a hard time getting over it is because it gave you a negative attachment. You have a negative attachment, kind of like a leech or a parasite that's on you. It looks like it's up by your right shoulder. I believe it's the right shoulder. Somewhere right behind the right shoulder scapula. But right up in the shoulder area, you've got like some type of leech or parasite that's black and slimy looking. Because you're a natural healer, just imagine grabbing that and pulling it off of you and throwing it wherever you want to. Just don't let it come back to you. And then, I rub my hands together and try to touch that spot and just seal it back up. No energy is going to leak for me. I'm keeping my energy for myself. pure, protected, and safe, and they can just get away from me. But you do have an attachment. That's why. Have you noticed having any like stomach cramps on top of all of this?
Oh yeah, I do. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's coming from them, just so you know.
Okay.
So you just need to do some energy cleansing. And then you have to remember I'm like, sorry if I say this out loud, Dave. Dave's my producer. You're a badass. You are a badass. You were here to remove generational curses, and you are here to help break that crap, the same type of stuff that they're doing. That cycle is ending with you. You have done your job. You do not need them. The human life tells us we do, but you don't. You are freaking amazing, and you can find that love in anybody else, just not the family, okay?
Okay, well, you know something? You've helped me a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Please go take off that parasite, though, because it's going to keep draining you and making you tired where you can't physically do anything. It's going to want you to sleep all the time. But you've got stomach problems because of that, too, the cramping and stuff. So just take care of that. And if you need me in the future, find me again, okay? Huh?
Okay, you said just pull it off and throw it away and don't look back or anything.
Yep, and I just rub my hands together and touch that spot and feel it. And I just completely say things like, I fill this space back up where no negative energy can reattach. My energy is safe, it is secure, it is clean, it is whole, and it is for me. I no longer share my energy with anybody who's lower vibrational. I reclaim any energy I have given, healed, and whole, things like that. Your intention will be enough.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else
You're
you
welcome.
love to tell me?
I just want to remind you that you are amazing. You're doing a great job, okay? Just keep that in mind.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Dave, will you pop up how much time I have on there, please? Okay, while he is telling me how much time I have, I just wanted to tell you when we're going back into manifesting, the second step is, what is it that you are healing from? 5 things you're healing from. I am healing from trauma. I'm healing from lack of prosperity, or I am healing from a poverty mindset. I'm healing from not liking my body. I'm healing from loss. I'm healing from grief. Like, what is it you're healing from? And the next thing is what are you attracting into your life? So the good, healthy things. I'm attracting prosperity. I'm attracting motivation. I'm attracting happiness. I'm attracting free traveling. I'm attracting lots of things. So those are some steps for you to start manifesting. I would love to see you here next week, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesdays. And I hope you guys have a marvelous week and do some manifesting and bring your friends in too, because that's what they're telling us to do. Have a good night, guys.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you on a somewhat disappointing evening in the city of New York. Disappointing because just not even an hour ago, there was thunder crackling across the sky, and I was so inspired, I put on the 1931 film Dracula. It's a little stagey, but wow, is that effective. But now it's just calm out there. I've lost my thunder. Well, men my age are likely to complain about things like that, but in any case, it was a good background, and I would have loved to hear that. There used to be when the show would happen on New Year's Eve, it was always wonderful to be able to hear the screaming that goes on in the area here. Because I live in the Times Square area where they claim a couple of million people gather to cheer in the new year, but I don't think it's that many people at all. But it sounds good. Well, this is the third week in a row that I'm here, so I think changes are afoot. I'm trying very hard in many ways to maintain a schedule because I'm retired. I'm now living alone. Not a choice I made, but it happens. It's a tragic choice, but it's a thing, And it's very odd to get accustomed to this. One of the things you may know from seeing and listening to The Magical Window, so I'm a rather talkative person, and I now live alone, which is kind of eerie. So I have a feeling that I'm overloading people with emails in order to induce a simulacrum of talk, but I think I'll grow used to this eventually. I'm glad to be doing this because I mean, aside from constant medical treatment, there's nothing else I have to do, really. So today I did manage to pack up some soap to mail. Now there's something interesting, some of you know that I make and sell shaving soaps. Only 5% of men use these things. They use, a little brush and a mug and whip up soap. But when inflation hit like 10% a few years back, the three top selling brands of very inexpensive shaving soap went away. They must have been working on a very slim profit margin, and the inflation killed it. So we were left with nothing but expensive soaps, and I decided to take action. I used to make things on my own anyway. I made my own incense for years. I can still do that. I just haven't thought of doing it in a while. I compound my own oils. I don't make the oil, but I combine the various ingredients for magical oils. The incense were fun. I could make loose incense or I could make a cone. That was easy to do. You just use a sort of gum arabic kind of thing, powder, and there's wonderful stuff to make on your own. We've lost the homemade aspect of so much of our lives, and I'd like to bring it back. So I decided for myself to just make shaving soap because I didn't want to get ripped off for expensive shaving soaps, since that's the way I shaved for years. And then I figured, why not sell it? And I put it up on eBay, and it's not putting me in a new tax bracket, but it certainly is. It's selling, and I have to hit the post office in a day or so to send out another package of soap. It's just something I enjoy doing, and at this point in my life, there isn't that much joy in aside from things like that. I don't want to be morose about it, but I've been through an awful lot, and I'm trying to adjust to it, and I'm trying to see what I can do, and see how life changes. Because one thing is sure in this life is that life changes, and I've been through a lot of stuff before, but never anything like this. So this is why, and I'm only dwelling on it right now because I have gotten so much support from Ask One Radio listeners who contacted me with condolences and with advice, and no advice is rejected. Believe me on that one. I'm not an expert here. Even on Twitter, I get a lot of emotional support from people I don't know. It's just, it's nice. I have gotten nothing negative from anybody, and I don't expect I will, because I don't put out negativity that I'm aware of. I guess that's one of those things that's better left for other people to decide. But I try to keep life positive, and that's what we're about here. That's what the tarot cards can do. They can help us to see what's going on in the world and in our lives and what's coming up. They've got a bad rap from sensationalistic movies, but no, they're not. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. I mean, look at it. There's a card. It's kind of an ugly card. It's got a person lying face down in the mud with 9 swords in his back. But that's a good card, because what that card means is that the worst is over. That that person lying there is expected to get up, and that person will get up, and we'll start over again and continue, because life can sometimes throw its worst at us. You know what I'm talking about. We've all been through things that my vocabulary is not vulgar enough to allow me to say how I feel about it. I'm kind of old school that way, so I keep the vulgarities to a minimum. But that's an interesting week we had here. We had a few people throwing inept bombs around the city. This is not something that happens here every day. They came from Pennsylvania to throw bombs in New York City. That's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, they fizzled. The news is telling us how everybody's on edge and afraid and scared. I haven't run into anybody terrified. As far as I can see, the city is still the same. It's a strange city, let me tell you that. But it's getting warm now. We're no longer freezing. I went out the other day, and to my horror, I saw there were no snowbanks. So that's good. That's good. That was the new mayor's plan, to get rid of the snow. It didn't involve shoveling. It involved spring. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that one. This is, don't get me started on that one. I used to be very plugged into the political scene here, which is one of the reasons I'm not very big on the political scene. You run a newspaper for 20 years, you're going to get to meet a lot of these people and see what they really are like. And it is not pretty. So, again, let's we're going to soon enter a period of positivity because people can only handle so much negativity, and then they decide to change the way things are done. I'm hiccuping a little because I broke one of the broadcast rules. I had a glass of ginger ale before the show, and now it's going to come back on me. So what can I tell you? I got a new book out, which I didn't have the sales moxie to show you. I left it in the kitchen, and I'm here now in the studio. So no, but it's an interesting book from 1930. It's a slim book, so it's only $9.99. Now it's about folklore involving fortune telling. You can read it and learn how to do your own fortune telling, and then you don't have to listen to me anymore. This is not fortune telling, by the way. That's something that every now and then somebody who's a card reader, as am I and have been since the 80s, and you'd think I'd be fed up with it by now, wouldn't you? But no, it never fails to surprise me. There are communities around the country that have ordinances against fortune telling, and they'll arrest you, and they'll charge you, and they'll ticket you, and then there'll be a lawsuit, and the lawsuit will throw out the fortune telling law because technically this is not fortune telling. This is divination. Look that word up sometime. There's a vast difference. It's interpreting words too, and words and pictures. It speaks symbolically and pictorially. I mean, there's a pretty picture right there, and it's a nice card, and it tells a lot. It says things. It's part of the First Amendment's freedom of religion too, by the way. But it's not fortune telling. I mean, it's not this, you're going to meet a tall, dark stranger. Wasn't that a Woody Allen movie that nobody saw? Yeah. That's not how it works, because I've got a shock for people. Every time you leave the house, you're going to encounter strangers. So these things have a built-in life of their own. And so what we do with the magical window, which is what I call tarot, is we look at events that are unfolding that we don't see yet. A perfect example of this is at the end of 2019, I started getting reading after reading after reading after reading for people that indicated new beginnings. And all I could figure was that something was going to come to a massive crashing ending and new beginnings will begin. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. It hit me too, and I was utterly amazed that a person tinkering around in a lab in China with a virus can get me here in the middle of Hell's Kitchen in New York City sick. That was a lot of fun. That was the most frightening disease I ever had. Not the most aggravating disease I've ever had, but it was horrifying. I had tremendous hallucinations. I don't ever want to do that again. One of the things that I find frightening in life is the concept of losing your mind, which, of course, when it happens, you don't know it happened, but I could see it was happening, and it was terrible. And in the grip of these hallucinations, I said some very nasty things to my wife, who understood. She understood. She didn't get sick, by the way. She never got sick. She just, I mean, the one time I saw her physically sick was the hour in which she died. I mean, she was just gifted with a very strong immune system, I suppose. But I never saw her get a cold. I never saw her get the flu. None of that. None. It came to me, the sap who says to every bacteria, come on in, the water's fine. But the cards showed me that something was radically wrong, and things were coming to an end and new beginnings were happening. And the pandemic, it became a mark of like a road marker where people's lives did change. Some of them ended, but man, it was awful. It was just awful. But I was still flabbergasted by the idea that somebody could mess around with stuff in a lab in China, and it comes knocking on the door and says, and knocks me out for a long time. Now, I was lucky because my physician had gotten this a month or so before I did. And being a physician, when he went to the hospital, they didn't ignore him. They treated him. And he treated me with the same therapies that they treated him, and it got me through. That was a stroke of luck, and I'm sorry that my doctor was sick, but I'm glad I was able to benefit from it. And I just wish there wasn't this double standard. If you suspect that medical people get treated better by other medical people, you might be right. So anyway, here we are, coming up on the Ides of March. And that puts me in a Shakespearean mood, but I dast not recite. I won't put you through that. Life is tough enough. I do have a couple of favorite sonnets, but we will put the kibosh on that because this is not show business. I spent too many years in that racket to want to drag it into this. So let's get into the readings now that I've been babbling for 16 minutes or so. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare that we are entering a sacred space in which we can investigate the paranormal. And we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'm about to sneeze. Don't you hate that feeling? And for Samantha in Victoria, Australia. Hi, Samantha. How are you doing halfway around the world?
Not too bad.
Hello?
No.
Are you coming through? You hear me, I am assuming.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So how are you tonight? Or this afternoon in your case, right?
Afternoon, yeah.
What would you like me to look at for you?
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, you called me, So what would you? That's okay. Take your time. I mean, the public speaking is probably the thing that most people dread the most. So I shouldn't mention that, but yeah, you're speaking in front of an awful lot of people. So whatever you want to look at, let me know, and I'll take a look through the magical window to see what we find out. How's that?
Yeah, relationship, I guess.
Well, what was that?
Relationship.
Oh, relationship. Okay. Yeah, well, let's take a look. Cards are good for that. That used to be the number one thing I would get asked about was relationships. But I could always tell when the economy was in trouble because then it would be money. So I'm hoping that this is a sign that we're coming out of that. Let's shuffle them up one more time. And well, the King of Cups is here. Cups are about emotions and relationships. So that's a good start. The King of Cups is a person who has mastered his or her emotions. And the Three of Cups is here. That's another one. Now, here's the King of Coins. This is going to be an egotistical interpretation, but everybody has a card that relates to them personally, which is called their significator, and it's based on your age and your month and year and all that of birth. And that's my card. So that would be you and me talking. The Three of Cups is a good card, in that it augurs. Are you in the market for a new relationship?
No.
Pardon?
No.
No. Because if you're in a relationship now, this refers to a relationship that it could be reaching a very good new level. So are you with somebody at the moment?
Yeah, I've been for 15 years.
Okay, well that's good. So that tells me that the Three of Cups is that it's a harmonious, balanced, good relationship. And here's the Page of Cups. You see, that tells me that it's a relationship that feels fresh and new to you still. So that's good. Enjoy it, because these kind of things are what make life very important for me, and I trust for other people too. We are social creatures, and before social media, we were very affable social creatures. Social media, which I have pretty much escaped from, except for posting on Twitter, which I find more sedate. Things like Facebook, I was tired of getting into arguments with strangers. But here's something new. See, these are all cup cards. This is absolutely good. The Four of Cups tells me that there's something coming your way in terms of this relationship that's new but unexpected, and you haven't seen it yet. And the Six of Cups shows me that there's a great deal of contentment, sort of like a happy childhood experience. So the cards are showing that there's no speed bumps here. Your relationship is doing very well. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. And there's nothing bad here. So that seems to be the main fear people have reading cards. But you're very well situated. Let me ask you this though: are you looking for work in any way?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's about something new happening in terms of career. So keep an eye out for that, because that's a good sign that that it told me that you are doing that, and you're headed for a new experience in terms of work and career. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for calling. I've enjoyed speaking with you tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. We'll shoot halfway around the world again to the left coast, which is something a lot of people don't know this, but I have it on good authority that was an expression coined by the late great Kinky Friedman. Abby in Portland, Oregon is next. Hi, Abby. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Abby. How are you tonight?
I'm pretty good.
Well, maybe we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'd like a general reading. I have a lot going on. Just a lot of loose ends.
Okay, let me shuffle them one more time now that you've given me some input. And we'll see where the cards go. Now I'll cut them. Well, the Ten of Rods is here. That's a card of somebody who feels overburdened. Are you feeling that way?
Yes.
Okay, that's a person who's weighed down with responsibilities and things to do. But you're going to deal with that, because I have here the Page of Rods, which shows that something new is going to come in terms of work and career. And this is a card here that's one of the happiest cards in the deck. So don't sweat it. That's the Ten of Cups. That tells me things are going to work out fine for you. Okay?
Okay.
Did you want to see any more detail in that, or is that all you need to know? I mean, so far, all I've done is tell you what you already know, right? So that's not... Let's see if we can dig deeper. How's that?
Okay. Well, there's a lot. I can just The condominium complex I live in, it's been really a difficult place to live, but I love my condo. I'm about ready to have surgery, 2 different types of surgery. I just fired a personal injury lawsuit lawyer. There's just a lot of different things where I can't believe all that's going on.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is not a very, I mean, it's an informative card, but it's not a happy card. It's the 7 of Swords, and that's somebody sneaking around causing trouble in your life. Do you feel somebody's doing that?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, because the cards are confirming that here. Here, I just cut the deck and I pulled out the Ace of Cups, which is a very strong card about emotion and happiness and feelings. You're going to come out of this with your emotional life not only intact but enhanced. It's always darkest before the dawn, all that stuff. Now, my wife and I, a few years ago, we went through a personal injury lawsuit, so I can identify with that. And it was interesting for her because she's a lawyer and she didn't do anything about it. She hired some expert to do it, and she sat back. And that's it's very hard sometimes to sit back, especially when you're in that field. But if you have a good personal injury lawyer, they know how to handle this. So you might want to try to help ease the stress, because there's no doubting that you're under a great deal of stress if there's a lawsuit going on, correct?
Correct.
So I see emotionally good things happening for you. It's like the 9 of Coins here. That's about somebody who is very, very confident in themselves and doesn't need validation from other people. So you're a strong and independent person, but we all have a breaking point. And from what you tell me, and my having gotten that 10 of rods, which shows almost unbearable burdens. You're in a rough period of your life, but you're going to come out of it much better. That's the hopeful thing I can tell you. Okay, there you go. There's the card. That's the one. That's strength, and you've got the strength. A lot of us have it and don't use it, and a lot of us use it when we don't need it. But I think you're going to use it very judiciously. So
yeah,
hang in there, because this is going to help mold you into a stronger person. And let's see if I can get anything here. Yeah, you see now. Here's the Page of Coins. I wanted to say, and it's taking a chance. Let's see if we get any information on how your legal thing is going to work out. This is a card about the appearance of money. The pages are the physical manifestation of the item in the suit, and this is the suit of money. So I see money heading your way. Okay, and this is the World. That is a card of assured success. Between those 2 cards, I think you're going to come out of this really okay, but it's going to take some strength to get through it. So keep that in mind, okay? Keep that end result in mind. You can always go to AskOneRadio.com after tomorrow and get a listen at this reading again, or you can find it at Moonstruck TV if you want to see it. But you're in a very, very tough position, and there's somebody who's causing problems for you, but that's all going to be taken care of, and you're going to come out much stronger.
Okay.
So these are very good cards I'm getting. I keep hiccuping here. This is not very professional, is it? But that's like troubles. You can't avoid hiccups in life. Nobody can tell me, by the way, what evolutionary advantage hiccups give us? What was the point of it? Why did we develop that? Anyway, Abby, you're going to be all right. Let me cut the deck one more time. See, there's another card about getting money. Now, I don't want to be too materialistic about it, but that's always good to hear, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
So keep these cards in mind and don't hesitate to go back to see or listen to the March 11th reading at askoneradio.com so that you can, if you have any doubts, and you will have some doubts down the road, they can be refreshed, okay? Or replaced is actually a better word. So I'm going to light a candle to send a white candle to send positive energy your way tonight. How's that?
That sounds good.
My pleasure. And let me know. You can always contact me at my email, asktarot@earthlink.net, or through my website, or through the Ask One Radio website. You can always contact me and let me know how things are going, and I can take a look at a few cards for you on the house. I'm not going to charge you. We'll just consider that an extension of this free reading. How's that?
That sounds good.
So remember, I'll be here. Thank you so much, and all the best to you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where, believe it or not, we have crossed the halfway mark. Boy, time flies. The time sure flies. I love our time getting together because I was so nervous when I started doing this. And I'm a little bit nervous now because I haven't done it in a few months. And you didn't want to talk to me for the last few months. Please trust me on that one. But when I started doing this, even before the show, I was concerned about bad readings. And I rarely get bad readings. And my theory on that is that people who are aware of a situation that they're in will work it out. They will figure out a way to take care of it. And since you call and you ask for advice about something, you are aware of the situation. So that helps build some positive energy. It's very, very positive. Rose in Austin, Texas is next. Hello, Rose. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend.
Hi, Rose. How is Austin tonight?
Windy.
Well, at least you don't have people.
Very windy.
At least you don't have people showing up throwing bombs at crowds. So that's New York.
Last week.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much have seen everything in New York. I never actually saw that until I saw the video of that. But wow, that's a new one for me. Although we've had numerous riots in the city through the ages. I mean, vicious riots. There were, the Orange riots where religious groups tried to kill each other, and then the draft riots. And it's, that's calmed down a bit now in the last 100 years or so. Mercifully, we found other things to get upset about. Anyway, that's New York, So what can I look at for you tonight?
You decide. Just whatever you feel, whatever you read or see, or I'm open, flexible. I'm flexible.
This is the Ace of Swords.
This is our second time. Our second time talking, by the way.
Oh, when did we talk before? How long ago was that?
Or maybe the third. I don't remember. A few months ago. And then,
okay. See, the funny thing
half
is,
a year.
I don't retain these readings. I'm right in the moment, and when it's gone, it's gone. So that's
right.
That's either chronic forgetfulness or age creeping up on me. But I don't remember readings, and I don't keep a journal of writing people's stuff down. I like the spontaneity of it. What I got for you though is the Ace of Swords. Now that's a good one. There are several ways that can go. Swords can represent conflict. It depends upon the cards around it, and I'll be pulling some more cards so that we can see. But the Ace of Swords it can represent the beginning of a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world, that you may be growing mentally and changing. Do you feel that happening?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's a good
Definitely.
thing because the next card
yeah.
is the world, which is the card I just had before for somebody, which is assured success. So that's coming along well. The Ace of Coins is here. That just says that there's financially things are going to be okay for you. And here's another card indicating change, which is the Wheel of Fortune. So the question is, how is the change going to manifest itself? And I don't see anything negative happening here. I've got the King of Rods here. That means good things can happen to you in terms of career or financial interests. You know, things are going to be moving for you there. So you're entering a period of change, but it's change that you are creating because you are changing the way you think and see the world. Correct?
Exactly. Yep.
So
Couldn't be more clear.
well, and the good news is there's nothing there saying cut that out. You know, stop that. You know, the cards are very supportive, and you know it's nice that you know the changes. I don't like change. A lot of people don't like change. And when I started reading the cards, I learned very early on that before you tell somebody that a card says there's going to be change, they're going to want to know if it's a good change or a bad change. And it's good. See, here I've got another one. I got the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning. Now that's good. The Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords tells me that you're growing in a new direction emotionally and intellectually. So that, you know, you got your bases covered there. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of positive results from that.
That's good. I took a leap of faith and
oh no, you said leap. Wait a minute. You said leap of faith. That's this card.
I took a
the
really?
Fool.
I took a real, yeah.
This deck is more modernistic, so it's using a close-up. But in the classical decks, the Fool is walking right off a cliff in a leap of faith.
Absolutely.
Now, if you want to see that in a movie, there's a scene inspired by that in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. No, that was the gruesome one, The Last Crusade. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. He walks off a cliff, and you'll see what happens. The Fool is not an idiot. The Fool is the person who is the beloved of God in the history of tarot cards. And see, this happens to me every time I read. Somebody will say something that exactly relates to the card that I've got. You say leap of faith. That is the card of the Fool to a T. Do a Google search of the tarot card, the Fool, and you'll see that person is stepping right off a cliff and will not be harmed. So,
exactly. That this is an affirmation that I had no fear. I knew what I was doing. Then it's like, it's the right time.
Yes, it is. And you're growing emotionally and you're growing intellectually. And I'm growing hiccuply. I don't get this, you know. So, you know, you're going to do just fine, okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. I hope to speak to you again. And if I don't remember you again, it's just because, you know, I let these shoot right through me. Because this is not me reading. This is your reading. These are your cards. I'm just communicating what your cards say. So I almost feel like I'm barely involved in this process, which is nice. I've always enjoyed being left out by myself. You know? How do you do that? I mean, I've had a lot of people leave me out of things in life, but the number one I was most thankful for was Richard Nixon leaving me out of the draft. He didn't call anybody up that year. and I was my draft number was 002, which meant bye bye, right? So it's the one lottery I win, right? But he didn't call anyone up that year, so there you go. So yeah, here again, the King of Cups. Here, you're really growing emotionally. The King of Cups. The growth in terms of emotion is going to be really important to you, as is the intellectual growth. So you stay in touch, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, I will for sure.
Great. And I'm here every Wednesday, and my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. For anybody who doesn't get through tonight, drop me a line. I do remember. I how can you remember? I don't. I rarely say this. I offer a free mini reading, 3-card mini reading, absolutely free, to Ask One Radio listeners. And if you're not an Ask One Radio listener, and somehow you found out about it, I'll do it anyway. I'm not stingy. So thanks for calling, Rose.
I was curious about the Earthlink address that still exists. That's the skill.
Yeah. That was the first thing I set up when I got an internet connection so many years ago. But yeah, Earthlink has a couple of million subscribers still. So there you go, right?
All right.
It shows how long I've been doing this too. You know, my steam-powered computer is still functioning, isn't it? And my first computer actually couldn't get on the internet because it wasn't an internet yet, and it only had a 16K memory. But that was fun. So stay in touch, and let me just tell you here. You know, again, this is the Wheel of Fortune. That's to hammer that home. There are great changes coming in your life, and you're entitled to them because you've been working for it. So the best of luck to you, Rose.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And let's see. Let's shuffle them up one more time. And please remember, take advantage of that. I have loads of time on my hands. So if you want a free mini reading, fine. You know, that's what I do it for. Don't be shy. Go to my website and look at charts, because what I can do for you also is I can do a free horoscope birth chart for you. No charge. I don't save any information. You know how I feel about spam, and I'm assuming how you feel about it, so I don't promulgate that. I don't get involved in that at all. Spam, even in a can, I abhor. But no, I'm not going to do that. So those are two of the things that I offer free of charge. Is a birth chart. There's a slightly more complicated 25-page birth chart that isn't free, but this is a good one too. This is a free one, and the free mini reading. Please exploit me, use me, drag me through the mud. See, this is I've been through all that life can offer. Kim in Eugene, Oregon is next. Hi, Kim. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great.
Well, you know something, you have this, you even through the electronics here, you radiate a lot of energy. There's a lot of positivity here, so this should be a great reading. What can I look at for you? Yeah. Oh, well, there's no bad news.
That's true. That's true. No, I just kind of like looking for some general about what's ahead. Just ended a 26-year marriage. Kids have moved out. I'm on my own for the first time, you know, turning 65 in 2 days. And I'm a Pisces, and so all of my planets have moved out of Pisces, and good things are supposed to be coming. And I'm just feeling a little stuck. So I was just hoping maybe some validation or some insight.
I can relate to that. I mean, I'm now living alone for the first time in 41 years. So, you know.
Oh. Dude,
I'm starting to talk to the furniture, you know. But
my dog is having a wonderful conversation with me daily.
You know, but I'm very old-fashioned. But let me show you how old-fashioned I am here. I'm going to reach over at my desk here. Okay, this is my telephone. Okay, now, you may not be able to see it, but the people who are looking at the video stream will see that that is a classical brass candlestick phone with a dial on it that does not work anymore. The dial has been fired by the phone company. So I have a 1970s gadget that does dial tones. So that works. So yeah, I need and. So I'm not very up on going through modern problems. When one of the problems you have in life is how to dial your phone, so you're definitely holding out. So I'm with you on that. So let's see what we've got here. You're absolutely in a period of change. Now this is a good card. This is the Page of Swords. Now, I had the swords before for somebody. That was the ace. This is the pages represent the appearance of the meaning of the card. And this refers to developing a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. Now, again, this is twice in one show I'm getting this card, which is the Fool. That is... That's as close as you're going to get to like chicken soup. That means everything's okay. The character of the Fool, the person who gets that card, is considered the beloved of God. If there were any negative cards in this reading, that card would erase them. The funny thing is, the prior call, the person referred to having taken a leap of faith, and that is exactly what that card is about, because in many decks it shows the Fool walking off a cliff and nothing happens bad. Nothing can happen because the Fool is highly protected. The leap of faith, you've brought change to your own life, correct? So
yes.
Yeah, now that's rough. That's hard for people to do. I'm not going to inquire into the details of your relationship, but I knew a very wise man once who never understood why so many people stay in relationships that are bad. And it finally dawned on him, as he phrased it, people would rather be miserable than be lonely. So, your leap of faith is shown in many things that you mentioned at the start of the call, and living alone after so many years of not living alone is in many ways a mixed blessing. But you're going to handle it. I mean, frankly, I don't even need to look at any more cards for you. Between the Page of Swords and the Fool, it's telling me that you're on the right path and you're going to be fine. I can pull some more if you want, but it's superfluous. I have one other card at the top of the deck, which is the Four of Swords, which it refers to taking time out from life. So if you're thinking of doing that, this is a validation of that idea, because
I have been doing that.
Yeah, that pretty much would go without saying, considering the nature of the changes you're describing. You're in a period of balance. That's the Temperance card. That is. I cut the deck for that. I didn't want to go with what was at the top. The Temperance card means balance is being restored in your life. If you felt that there were things way out of balance in your existence, the cards are confirming that, but also pointing out that you're doing something very valuable there to restore the balance in your life. And that is a good sign, a very good sign. The one last card I'll give you is the Two of Cups. That tells me that new relationships are going to be entering your life, with because you're changing and growing. And, I can't even count how many times in my life people who knew me and then didn't see me for years would be upset and say, well, you've changed. And I said, geez, I hope so.
Right.
So, what can you do? I mean, I certainly don't want to be the same person I was when I was 12, but
Right.
But it's nice to retain a childlike quality. But you're doing good. You're on the right track, and it's going to end up very good for you. The Eight of Rods shows me that there's positive stuff coming in your life now. It's actually on the way and will soon be tangible. So get ready for that, because it's. I think you and I are both signed up for a new phase in life, and I, for one, am interested in seeing what it's going to do to me this time. You know,
Right.
it's sort of like reincarnation. You know, it's and by the way, I just have to say this because I had it in my on my website. I have a page about reincarnation because there was a wonderfully funny comedian by the name of Ronnie Shakes. Ronnie Shakopoulos called himself Ronnie Shakes. He was one of the funniest human beings I ever saw, and unfortunately, he passed away while jogging at the age of 40, which was a great loss for the entertainment business and for the good vibes in the world. But he did classic setup punchline jokes, and which are very hard to do. And the one about and whenever there's big changes in life, I always feel like there's reincarnation happening on a small scale. And his joke was, I just blew $5,000 on a reincarnation seminar. I figured, what the heck, you only live once. Yeah. So there's let's see, what do we get here? Oh. There, that's the one.
There you go.
But it's change. I abhor change. I despise change. I want things to stay the same, and yet change always works out for the best, I've found, even if it's just bad. I mean, I had a marriage once before that barely lasted a year and a couple of months, and people always laugh when I tell them why it ended, and then they apologize for laughing, but it is kind of funny. You got to admit it. It wasn't very amusing at the time, but my wife fell in love with the wedding photographer.
Oh my.
So I took care of that in a very firm way, and then I found out that it hurt. That was the biggest surprise of my life. So to me, change is painful, and I don't know about you, but I'm not a big fan of being in pain.
No.
No, not at all. So, and I know there are some people who are, but not me. But growth hurts. Growing pains, we refer to. I used to think they were literal when I was a child. I was terrified I was going to hurt. But you're doing. If you have any doubts about the direction you've chosen for your life, these cards show me that you're on very solid ground. So, in fact, I will dare to take one other one here. The Queen of Rods. That's a woman who's in control of what's happening with her life. And more power to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
So you and we ought to share notes in a few months and see how we're both doing. If I'm still talking to the furniture, you'll know, because if I'm talking about my drawers, I don't mean any underwear, So, thanks for calling in. I've got to run. We're up against the deadline here. So thank you for
have a good evening.
a very
Thank
nice
you.
call. Bye-bye.
Okay.
And that's it. We have come to the end. We have crossed the Rubicon. We have hit the wall, and it's time for me to hit the road, Jack. But I will be coming back, contrary to the assertion from Ray Charles. There's no getting rid of me. I missed so many shows recently, and I'm back. And this. I've got to tell you, the positive energy I get from the callers, from the management at Ask One Radio. If you're inclined to doing this kind of stuff, you look into getting with Ask One Radio, because they are the most supportive, positive, wonderful people I have ever worked with in any form of the entertainment business, which is known for being filled with slimy people. I did a lot of work in Broadway, and I met one producer who was a genuinely nice person. Okay. Now, I'm not going to mention who that was, so I can let everybody else think I mean them. But anyway, you people have done so much to enhance my life, and that's why I offer the free horoscope and the free mini readings to give back. So I'm going to go now, and I'll be back again next week. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
For watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello, cherished ducklings. How are you tonight? I'm Perry Lyons. This is Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, and I'm coming to you live from New York City from my library. And I'm so happy you're here. So happy New Year. And we're going to jump into the psychic tarot weather. Because interestingly, before we do that, there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on astrologically right now. A ton of stuff is in Capricorn. Capricorn is about structure. It's about discipline. It's about getting your act together. And the moon's in Virgo, which is another earth sign like Capricorn. So this is a really good time today and the next couple of days to kind of just concentrate, be disciplined, get your act together, call your representatives, get your finances in order, and it's really going to work out well. And a lot of plot twists coming up in this psychic tarot weather, which, as we know, is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. Before we start, I'd like everybody to just take a vagus nerve breath, which is like this. And then breathe it once on top of that, like that. And now breathe out like this. Good. It's undignified, but it gets the job done. That's vagus nerve. If we stimulate the vagus nerve, vagas, you wind up waking up in a motel room in a Nevada city surrounded by unconscious sex workers, 25,000 bottles of empty liquor, and a decade of your life missing. But enough about my personal life. Okay, we're going to start out. I haven't even looked at these cards. So this is like totally legit plus legit. And as you know, the first card is the first day of the week. Today, that is. The second card is the weekend. The third card is like the 3 days leading up to next Wednesday. And then the whole cycle starts over with an inexorable, inevitable, existential thing. Okay. First card. What is the first card? Well, I can see where this is. First card is, this is a hard card to explain away. When I get this in a reading, it's a heart with 3 swords through it. So you might be going through a little romantic turmoil. I'm not going to lie. Either something is breaking up in your life, or it's changing, or you discover there's a third person living in your closet space. It's not a fabulous card. And but when we get this card to begin with, it means that things are going to get better with any luck. The second card, is, the Queen of Swords. Now, the Queen of Swords, in terms of like what this means for you, the Queen of Swords probably means that you're making a decision. And the decision has to do with deciding whether something or someone still belongs in your life. Now, this might be really positive, as in, I'm quitting smoking, I'm quitting drinking, I'm quitting, I don't know, whatever it is people quit. That Yes, that. Quit that. That's a good thing to quit. It also means that you might be cutting somebody out of your life. So I'm going to be honest. This is a week where you're going to be looking at what's good for you rather than what's good for everybody